Hello, good evening, everybody. I am Shadow. This is Interstellar Game Jam number 8, and we're back with the last 13 submissions to the Game Jam. Give me 1 second. I'm not sharing my screen just yet. I'm trying to figure out this installation. There's someone submitted a game with a .rar file, and I'm not too familiar with those, unfortunately. So we'll see. We might have to do some. It's actually the first game we're gonna be playing as well, so I have to scratch my noggin and figure this out before I start the stream, especially since it's the first game. So apologies for the delay in the stream. But yeah, thank you all for joining me tonight. Not too sure how long y'all be sticking around for, but if you happen to miss your game being played tonight, there will be a video on demand, so you can check out your game being played on stream at any point. You could also show people the game later as well. But yeah, I am trying to figure out this .rar stuff. I'm not really a fan of it. Some people seem to have played the game already, but I am not as lucky just yet. So in the meantime, stand by for that. I'll be in the chat. If anybody has any clues as how to help, that'll be awesome. In the meantime, I'm just gonna try to figure out how to play this thing. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. That was easy. I just had to extract it, kind of like a zip file, except it's not a zip file, so it's a little bit different, but it should be working now. We should be good to go. So yeah, welcome everybody to the second live stream of myself playing every single entry to Interstellar Game Jam 8. I'm your host, Shadow. Yeah, if you're here from some other random part of the internet, feel free to join the Discord. You can find the link to that in the description below. And if you would like to support this channel and this community, consider becoming a Patreon subscriber, because that is one of the best ways you can help out. It makes these events a lot easier to manage, and it makes it, easier for me to make it bigger and better for the next iteration. But yeah, let's jump into the games. Just hop back on over here. Right. So last time we left off. Also, let's do a little pulse check on the ratings right now. We are at 229 ratings. That is quite a lot of ratings. However, and we'll get to it in just a minute, there still are a lot of games that need more ratings. So in the next, I guess, 24 hours, because there's still about 24 hours left as of right now in the rating period. Easy. One day, that's 24 hours and 9 minutes, 40 seconds. There is still time to go out there and rate these games. If you're going to be checking out the games through the stream anyways, and you still have some time, feel free to leave an honest enough rating of the game. I understand you'd want to play it yourself to give the most honest kind of feedback and stuff, but if you don't have the time, if you're watching this on your phone somewhere else, then you can at least try to rate it when you get a chance. Even though you won't have time to play it, you can at least see the game in action, and hopefully that's enough to give you what you need to make a decision. So last stream we started off with A New Cosmology by Squelpy, and I did get confirmation from the person themselves that is how you pronounce their name. It's Squelpy. I don't want to hear sequel pie in the chat. Moderators might get a little upset if you do that, so Yeah, let's not do that. We started off with a new cosmology, and we ended at ERHAB. Not sure exactly how to pronounce that one. And that one was by Alkazim or Alkasem Rehil. I think it's pronounced Erhab, the name of the game. Anyways, we started there, we ended here. So we are now at the next batch of games. First up, we're going to be starting off with Blockers Revolution, and then ending the stream with the final game submitted, which is Fish Revolution. 2 games with the word revolution in there. But yeah, speaking of Blockers Revolution, and again, games needing rating, if I am not mistaken, we'll do a refresh here just in case, and go to least rated games. The game we're going to be playing next, which is Blockers Revolution, is currently the least rated game in the jam. So, if there's anybody out there that is watching the stream or that has some time to play the game, again, there seems to be like a little like pattern of games that are download only being the lesser rated games. So I think, yeah, this one is install only. This one as well. This one as well. So Bugaborg, The Last Stand, Chase the Sun, Erhab, I think Borrowed Time, as well as Asteroides. Is this one as well? Yeah, that one too. I think Cats and Kings. No. Regardless, yeah, these 6 games up here are the least rated games because they are not playable on browser. And that's kind of the case for like a lot of game jams too. Like if you ever enter a game jam and you do not have a web build, you will have significantly less ratings because of that. So if you care about numbers in terms of like the amount, the quantity of ratings you're getting for your game, then having it as a web build will help you get more people to play your game. If you want, I guess, more quality votes, then having it install only makes sense, but you'll just kind of be shooting yourself in the foot if you're not advertising your game or have enough people that you know to rate your game, stuff like that. So being active in the Discord server, using the appropriate channels to, talk about your game and show off your game and stuff, or even like show off some works in progress as you're building up the game, goes a very, very long way. So yeah, just keep that in mind, not just for this game jam, but for any game jam. Web builds, even though they're a bit more jankier, especially with like shaders and particle effects, it makes it run a lot slower. You'll get more people to play your game, even though the game is the game's build is of a less quality. And then having download builds only allows people to play a better version of your game. Plus, it builds faster. So if you're crunching on time, then it makes sense for you to create a download-only build. But you run the risk of having significantly less votes. So again, these games up here, if you haven't downloaded them, I understand downloading games is a bit, it kind of sucks having to free up space to bring the game into your computer. Plus, it's a bit risky, so I understand entirely. So hopefully throughout this stream, we can kind of alleviate some of that, kind of bridge that gap so you can see the game in action and not necessarily have to download the game. Let me grab my phone real quick because I'm sure there's some folks in the chat. So it's going to be one moment before we start off. All right, and I'm back. But yeah, let's start playing some games. First up, we have Blockers Revolution by Lawler Games, and the description just reads platformer, RPG, and routes, depending on how you pronounce that one. Again, this is the least rated game. It's only been rated by 3 people so far, so it's the least played. Really happy to see that the people that were able to play the game left a lot of feedback. So that's good to see. and hopefully the person who made this game would see the stream at some point, so they'll have even more feedback. And of course, people, footage of somebody playing the game so they can show it off to other people. And of course, afterwards, once I'm done with this stream, I haven't rated anybody else's games yet. So if we go back to this submission order, I haven't rated any other game yet. I'm waiting till the streams are completely done for two reasons. One, so I can play everything first and then make a more educated vote, I suppose is the word that I'm looking for. Pit them against each other a bit better. And also, so I don't accidentally show off my ratings during the streams. And then, it might make people feel a little bit bad, or it might also influence other people's ratings. I don't want to influence anyone's ratings. But yeah, let's check out the game page first, and then we'll jump into the game proper. I do like the coloring here, for sure. I like that soft blue. Also, if anyone is in the chat, my volume needs adjusting. If I'm too quiet and the game's too loud, or vice versa, let me know so I can jump on that and balance the audio as quick as possible. But yeah, it says here, hello, I'm a teen. I just joined this jam and it's hard to make the game with school because I also work solo. I hope you like it. Controls is space jump, A left, D right, S force fall, also be on top of the cage. This game is part of the Interstellar Game Jam 8. Nice. So let's go check that one out. It's going to give me a warning on the screen, probably. No. No warning. Just straight into it. Cool. Thing is, too, is this is automatically in full screen, so I don't know how much space will be taken up by the little man here on the side. So let's just bring him out first. It says read. Once upon a time, there was a small village that was run by cubes. But one day the circles rolled on, and your brother went missing. Now our hero Yu will choose to save his brother. Oh wait, what? Now our hero Yu will choose to save his brother or start a revolution for his village? Question mark. Real quick, just off the bat here, I will say this needs better, like punctuation, like commas. It's like maybe say now, comma, our hero, comma, you, comma, or now our hero, comma, you, comma, will choose to save his brother or start a revolution for your village. This doesn't sound like a question when reading it out loud, so I'll just like take some time with the writing. And don't forget space to jump, A for left, D for right, and S to force fall, attack. Okay. Got some audio. Alright, that's a full loop right there. Yeah, I was very tempted to push it off the edge, but I'm pretty sure I gotta like jump on it. Not sure what that did exactly. I think there's like a counter somewhere on the screen, but because I'm an ultra wide, it just got pushed up or down, so I can't see it anymore, which is unfortunate. Oh, whoa. Oh, no. I will say, the only audio that's in this game is the music. Going forward, you definitely should consider adding audio for like jumps, movement, slams especially. Adding like a little bit of a screen shake when you slam down or something. This is like a gray box area that didn't get completed. We broke the matrix. We're outside the map, I think. Oh, I'm not supposed to slam on the bad guys? What the heck? Instruction is unclear. Died. What's down here? I thought it was a death pit. So yeah, again, this is freaking hard. There you go. The screen being ultra wide is definitely something to consider for future games. I know it's like one of the hard ones, so I'm not really gonna knock you too much on it. God dang it. I also can't see the enemies below me when that happens. Is this death? Yeah, I had a feeling that was death. I just needed to confirm. I needed to make sure. The jumps are also like really floaty. Like really floaty. Bit of a controlled jump would be appreciated, also because of the getting stuck on walls. I noticed that happening on a lot of games, like it's like an issue with a lot of games, and I'm guilty of this too, like especially with my earlier projects of just like getting stuck on walls like that. So definitely something to consider when doing like any kind of like platforming type game. Oh. Oh man. This is going to be my last try, I think. Having the jumps be a bit more controlled as well, because when I tap spacebar, it just shoots me to the maximum jump height right away. I would prefer having a bit more control, especially because I get stuck on the walls a lot. I guess I can just slam down, but again, I don't know where I'm slamming down into half the time. Okay, we'll do one more run, but again, this is almost impossible for me to complete because my screen's getting cut off. I am unaware of the information that I have, if there is like a UI. So again, my ultra widescreen is just, I guess, mainly there to show you how important it is to consider scaling for scaling UI for different resolutions. What? Oh, snap. Oh, there's another level. Oh, is this a boss fight? Well, at least I don't have to do the whole first level again. Dang it. Oh my god. That was close. How much health does this guy have? Oh my gosh. Yeah, so for enemies that have ranged attacks, it's very, very important for you to have them telegraph their attacks. Like maybe like changing color or something before he does his attack. Some games will have like enemies flash white. Like flash white for a second before they do their attack. Or if they have more animations and stuff, they'll have like, do their, I'm charging up my laser animation. No, oh my gosh. Infinite sword glitch going on. Yeah, seriously. And like another thing for like this attack, like maybe having, like I don't mind the sword throw. I think that's pretty cool. But maybe have the sword come back so I know that he's ready for his next attack. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get hit by it randomly. I got him. Now what? Not too sure what I do here, except press Alt F4 because I think we beat the game. That was Clockwork Revolution. You are a cube and you're staging an uprising against the circles because they stole your brother or something. I like the narrative, don't get me wrong, but there were just a few things that the game definitely needed to get worked on. For starters, the enemies out in the wild, it kind of seems like I should be able to stomp on them and, do damage to them because I'm able to stomp on other elements of the game. So by taking damage from them, it feels like that's a bit off. Because you've been communicating to me as a player like, hey, you should slam on things. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to start slamming on everything. But then the circle guys attack me and then I die. Or they don't even attack me. I try to jump on their head and then they get me, I have to restart the level. So having like Mario does this with some of their characters, so they have like a helmet and the helmet has like a spike on it, so it lets you know like, hey, person that jumps on things, if you jump on this guy, you're gonna get hurt, so don't do it. So you have to find an alternative way to either take on the enemy or just avoid them altogether. If you want us to avoid them, then I think that's what you should do. Because I saw something like on their head. I thought it was like a cage that they were holding. So I was like, okay, I was smashing all these cages before. I think that's the point of this person. I need to smash the person in order to free out the cage, and then smash the cage in order to free, more of my cube fellows, my blocks. Getting stuck on the walls was a little annoying, but I know that happens to a lot of games, so I'm not really going to knock you too much for it. The jump height just being, just full send kind of led to me getting stuck a lot. I understand there is a slant, but with my screen resolution, I wasn't able to really see what was underneath me, and that has gotten me killed a couple times, so I was reluctant to do that everywhere I went. More sound effects. There weren't really any sound effects. So having like a movement sound effect, a jumping sound effect, a landing sound effect, and a slamming sound effect. Even like a destruction sound effect for the cages. And then also if you get hit by an enemy, or if you defeat an enemy, there should be some audio feedback for the player to let you know that you did the thing. The music was fine. They were pretty short. I did like that they looped. You'd be surprised how many people create looping soundtracks, but they don't loop it, so it'll play once and then it won't repeat. I've seen a few games do that, so it's good that you got that nailed down. I like the exploration for the level. There was a lot of cool stuff you can find, especially if you went up and left, you were able to find that enemy blocking the larger cage. I just wish that the resolution was better so I can see if there were any UI elements that I was missing. Hopefully, if you want to, you can take screenshots and add them to the underneath the game. So you can edit your game page, you can edit your submission, but you can't re-upload anything. But you can still add screenshots to it, and you can also add more descriptions here into the game page, so you can talk about your game a bit more. But yeah, I think that's all I really have to say for the game. I said a lot of it during the gameplay as well, so I won't really repeat myself too much, so I'll just move on. That was Bloxer's Revolution by Lawler Games. Keep up the good work. Next up, we have Minevolution. 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 Day 5 of making a game every single day for 100 days. Interesting. Because this is a 5-day game jam. So was this something that you started specifically for this game jam? And then are just going to continue to work on this game? Or are you going to keep making other games every 5 days? I'm curious about that. But yeah, this is submitted by Penthick. Alright. Q to delete, E for inventory, WASD to move. And then there's your YouTube channel. Alright, let's run it. And then we'll see if we can full screen it or not. And if we can, we'll see if we have enough space to add our guy to the side. Oh. Yep, there's I guess nothing's being blocked off on the side, but I can see more because of my wide screen. Alright, so we have this rocket ship. So we have E for inventory and Q to delete. So mover. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. So I mined it, now what? Oh, mover, oh. Interesting, okay, I get it now. There's a blockage here now. Whoops. I think I caused that. Let's delete this one. I broke the game. No. I don't know what I should be doing here. Okay, there goes that. If I just move it into this other block here, will it figure it out or get blocked up? It gets blocked up. Oh, this one's getting blocked up too, what the heck? Why is it doing that? Okay. Not sure what else there is to do in this game, actually. I think that's it. You just place the block on the stuff, and then you put some tracks on the other stuff, and then you can do other stuff. So we mine that, we'll get some movers moving the mined stuff. So that works. Because the objective is to just mine everything and then the game's over. Let's see. Everything there seems to be moving smoothly. I'm digging it, I'm digging it. No pun intended. I've been playing a lot of Deep Rock Galactic lately. I don't know why this game reminded me of that, but they also released a new one called like Deep Rock Survivor. That one's been interesting. Okay, what else? Got this one here. Just connecting things. There seems to be a blockage going on here, but that's okay. I could maybe try to find a way to unblock them, so we'll do that in a second. So what we'll do is probably have this go here, and then delete that one. Then we'll get some more stuff here. And then remove this one. Oh, this is getting blocked up as well. What else do we got? Is there anything else down here? It seems that way. There's this one here as well. So we'll do that and do that and do that. I really can't tell if there's an end game here. I'm just doing a whole bunch of this. Seems like a little bit of backing up happening there, so we'll divert this one here. Yeah, sometimes it just goes backwards sometimes too. Yeah, it's getting clogged up over here. This section is moving a bit more smoothly. What I think I'm gonna do here is delete this, and then create the bridge here, and then connect it here and see if we can figure it out. Okay, you figured it out, okay. And then we'll get another mover going over to here. That one's fine. And then we're going to unblock this one by doing this. And we'll delete these. And then these are blocked as well, but we'll put them over into this direction. They should be working again. Yeah, once they get blocked up, they stop going in. Am I missing any? What's the objective here? Do I just like hit 1,000 or something? Am I like aiming for a high score? Is it just getting all the ore there? That might be it. Alright, let's just do one more lap and see if there's any blockages, and then there is. Gosh, dang it. How? Y'all are moving pretty smooth over here. Don't want to interrupt that flow. Let's interrupt this flow instead. Yep, now we're moving like a well-oiled machine. Love to see it. Am I missing one? I don't know. I think I got them all. Yeah, I think similar to like the last game in terms of like audio. I feel like there should be some audio feedback of the things I'm doing. If I'm deleting something, I feel like there should be like a crunch sound effect of me removing something. If I'm placing something down, you know, maybe have like a little whirring effect, like, oh, you just placed down a little drill. Not too sure what I do with the spaceship. Yeah, what else? An end game? There doesn't seem to be like an objective to this besides the core gameplay loop itself. There's nothing more I can do here. It's running as efficient as it can, I think, for the most part. Like maybe I can redirect some of this and create another, you know, section over there. But I have so much money that there's nothing for me to spend it on. If you're gonna have a currency system, it might make sense to have something that you can spend it on if you get to like certain amounts, maybe to speed up production or having certain things worth more. When working with an economy system, that's like something to keep in mind, because even in the early game, it didn't matter how much money I had. I was able to just get what I needed right off the bat. You know, maybe like entering the spaceship and then having a little animation play out when you leave. I know that's extra work, but you know, there's not much revolution happening here. Again, I might be missing like one mine stack somewhere, but even then I got like nearly 2,000 points. There's not much else for me to do here. Everything's running pretty efficiently. I think I'm okay to leave it at that and move on to the next game. Oh yeah, you need to play this in full screen, it seems. Otherwise, you know, the text gets cut off. But yeah, that was Minevolution. Yeah, there just needs to be more purpose for the game. Did we check the game page? Yeah, also more what's it called? Having more audio, an end game, more purpose for the player. Maybe as the number gets higher, enemies start popping up, so you have to, you know, use some of the money to buy a weapon to shoot the enemies, and then maybe there's ammo, so you have to use some of the money to buy ammo for your weapon so you can shoot more enemies, so you can produce more. There's a lot of things you can do to kind of have that currency system, like, give back to the player and add more to the gameplay. As of right now, there's not much for us to do besides just, you know, mining a thing and then moving the thing from one location to the other. There's no like upgrades that we can create. There's nothing that we can spend those resources on besides buying things to get more resources. And it gets to a point where the number just keeps going up and you just sit there watching the number go up, and that's the, you know. Yeah, I did like the art for the character, even though it's like pretty simple. It gave him a little bit more personality. I wish he had a name though. I wish there was a bit more story as to where we were, what our objective is, and give us a bit more purpose as a player to do things in this world. If this is like an alien planet, again, like having some enemies pop up. I don't know why I keep thinking about Deep Rock Galactic, but that's a game where you're mining things, and the more you progress in that game, the game essentially responds by throwing more enemies at you. So having some sort of combat system, I think, could go a long way as well. This could be like a really interesting twin stick shooter if you added that element to it, because then like the enemies, sure, they attack you, and maybe you have a health meter, and then you can buy more health or something, but they're also attacking your mineral production facilities, and so you need that to kind of buy more things. So it makes sense, and then that creates a way more engaging core gameplay loop, I feel. But if you haven't already, check out Deep Rock Galactic. It's really, really fun, and you can pull some examples from that game that you might be able to elevate your gameplay with as well. Because again, there's that new one called Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, and that one is a top-down twin stick kind of shooter type game. So similar perspective. It's just different gameplay compared to the base game, but there's still a lot you can learn from watching other top-down games and twin stick shooters, and I'm sure you got a lot of inspiration from other like games like Factorio, perhaps, where you kind of start mining resources and you have to move on conveyor belts to get to certain destinations. So definitely like check out some more of those games, more games in that genre as well, to see what kind of inspiration you can pull to help you better this game. Because if you're going to be continuing working on this game, especially for the next 95 days, I don't know, again, if you're making more games or if you just continue to work on one project for 100 days, there's a lot that you can do to elevate this game and make it something worthwhile. But yeah, that was Minevolution by Penthic. We're going to move on to the next game. Next up is Clockwork Revolutions. And this is the third game in a row that has the word revolution in it. Well, I guess Minevolution doesn't have it, but it's almost there. This game is by a team. It's, I think, the second team. It might be the third team. This is by Liam F., Ping TKP, Night the Lings, Jared Ruiz, and Jaro23. I feel like I recognize some of these names. It might have been in previous Interstellar Game Jams. But this is a puzzle where you fix watches and sync gears. And I think this is our second clock game as well, which is really, really interesting. There's a lot of, I think there's a few games in here that go with the clock kind of aesthetic for the games. Check out the game page, and we'll jump into gameplay. Description. Clockwork Revolutions is a simple puzzle game where you rearrange gears and fix watches. The goal is to get your watch spinning while syncing the RPM, revolutions per minute, I see what you did there, of your watches with the clock on your desk. Each watch has its own requirements, and how you arrange the gears affects the final RPM of the watch, so tinker carefully and enjoy. For some of the credits and socials, Nightlings was the artist. There's some of their links, you can check out their stuff. Ping TKP was another artist. Liam F., or Liam Froyen, is the team lead and programmer. Jaro is the other programmer, and Jared Ruiz was the composer. And it seems there's like some audio element that kind of syncs up with the RPM of the watch too, so I'm curious about this one. Might full screen it as well. If it loads. Oh, my bad. Just bringing my little guy in here for a little bit, just so he can occupy the bottom left corner. Alright, song looped. Interesting music. Yeah, we got some screen clipping issues here because of my resolution, which I hope isn't too much of a problem. In terms of like us missing things in the top and bottom of the screen. Let me see real quick. Nope, we should be okay. So we got a phone, we have a clock, and we have the watch itself. Let's see what's on the phone. The watch isn't moving. Okay. Oh dang, whoops. Oh, we got another watch here. The watch isn't moving. Okay, well, let's move it, move it. I love how the music evolves as you complete the objective. Oh, and it gives you a little diagram there too to tell you little to big it makes the speed slower, big to little makes the speed faster. So you kind of want to go little to big, big to little to keep it the same. The watch isn't moving. I see, I see. Oh, this game has beautiful audio. What was that? curious how many levels there are here. We're getting it. Okay. I'm digging this. This is a really, really good take on the theme. Seriously. So I gotta get down to half speed. Okay, so how can we do this? We wanted the big one to be here. Right? Easy peasy. We don't even need all the little ones. Alright, what else? What else? Let me guess. Phone isn't. Watch isn't moving? Okay, okay. Okay, so we put that there. We put that here. No. Okay, big one's there. Oh, you can jam the watch too. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Let's get you there. Put you here. We got another big one. Okay, this one's actually tricky. Okay, okay. This one's making the gears in my head turn, actually. Oh wait, oh wait. Nope. Dang it. Okay, what do we do here? Oh. There we go. Gotta bridge the gap with the big ones. Okay, okay. Dang, how many puzzles did you create for this? This is interesting. There we go. Let me guess. The watch isn't moving? So we need the little ones here and here. Need a big one here, right? No, we just need a little one here, big one. Okay. Ooh, okay, now we get into the tricky stuff here. Okay, so we want the same rate for that one. We want half the rate for this one. So small to big makes the speed go down by half. Kind of want that one to go there then, and that one's good. And then you kind of want to go like big to small, all right? Okay. I'm not too sure how much time I have for more puzzles, but I feel like we're getting somewhat close to the end. So again, this is going to be half. So that's going to go there. And this is going to go here. This is going to go here and here. And I think that's it. We're getting it. We're getting it. Half, easy. And this one, oh, that's a jam. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We got the big brains today. What? So I gotta put this here. Oh no, now we got layers? There's layers to this shit? You had a lot of time to freaking cook with this game. What the heck? Okay, so again, we got layers. So big to small. I think that's how it works. What kind of watch do you have that it has layers inside of it? Alright, so you do this, and then this, and then this. Yeah, I figured that's what we had to do. Similar thing here. I feel like these are a little easier. I say that and watch this one be fucking hard. Alright, so this goes there, this goes here, and then, yeah, see what I mean? This goes here, this goes here, and this goes here. Oh shit, fuck that one up. That's really cool that I fucked it up and it just... Okay. I think I put the big one here. The small one here. And this one here, and then this one here. I think this is it. No? Same shit. Okay. Okay. I gotta make it faster. So, okay, hold on a second. So, small to big makes it slower, big to small makes it faster. So this one just needs to be big. And that's the same RPM. And then this is here, here, here. No, wait. See, that's the problem. So this is big and this is small again? No. So this is 30. And then big going to small makes it 60? Okay. That one was actually pretty tricky. Not gonna lie. Hello, Ali. Welcome to the chat. Oh, we did it! Let's go! That was a really, really good game. That was a really interesting take on the theme, and really well executed. The audio really came together for this one. The amount of levels was really, really impressive because you started taking this mechanic and then you added layers to it with the different RPMs and different actual layers to the watch and stuff. It would have been interesting to see what like a 3-layer watch would have looked like, but also I'm glad that didn't pop up. I like the 5 stars there. Best watch shop. Oh man, that was a good game. That was a fun entry. Not too sure what I can say for this in terms of... I didn't even realize it was a menu. Or like a... what's it called? Settings menu and stuff. There's also a level select. No, this is a concept art. That's really cool. Different title screen iterations. Looks like you went with the number 1 one. Really well put together game. Love the art. Love the gameplay. The sound when you messed up, it slowing down was really, really fucking slick. Really clever. I'm not too sure what I can say to really give you feedback on this one. Again, it was really well put together. Yeah, I think like the different iterations, like the levels, like having different layers to it, I think would have been interesting. Like having 3 layers instead of just the 2, because like it seemed like you were ramping up towards that, which was really cool. I think like having a few more puzzles that have like the different, like needing 2 different RPMs at the same time, that was also really interesting. I love those levels as well. Overall though, this is just really, really great entry to the jam, and just like so many elements to it that I feel like this is a strong contender for some of the top spots. There were some good games we played during the first stream that were contenders for top spot as well, but this one is looking like might pull ahead. There's still a lot of games that we haven't tried out yet, so I don't want to get ahead of myself and say anything, but this one is definitely going to give people a run for their money for the jam. And it's impressive that you all made this within the 5 days. Like, I know you had a team. A lot of people that submitted for this game jam were working by themselves, and a lot of them were also like, it was still like their first game jam or their first game. But you guys really proved that you work together really well. Good work. Seriously, all of you. Good work. That was Clockwork Revolutions by this team of, I think, 4 or 5 people. Submitted by Liam F., Pink TKP, Night the Lynx, Jared Riaz, and Jaro23. Next up, I think this person may or may not be in the chat right now. This one is called Just Hit It by Oxy Joe. Are you the one to conquer the wastes? Short game. There is no real ending yet, just FYI. Appreciate the heads up. Alright, let's read this game page real quick. Got a little beefy one here. Sorry, let me just take a sip of water first. Alright. Things have gone horribly wrong. Get in there and see what you can do. There is no real ending yet, just FYI. Just Hit It is a Game Jam submission for the 5-day Interstellar Game Jam 8. Struggling to survive? Here are some insider tips. Oh, wait, maybe I shouldn't read that just yet. We'll come back to that later. I wrote the game in Python. I made the art and sound assets during the jam period, except for the applause and cheer sounds, I got from royalty-free sound effects site. Shortened using Audacity. 95% of art was in A-Sprite with 5% in GIMP. Nice, I use GIMP as well. That's what I use for all the graphics for the Game Jam, actually. Audacity is also really good. I use that whenever I record videos. During live streams, I'm just using OBS, but for recording videos and stuff, I like having my audio track on a separate track. So I'll use Audacity, and then for OBS, I'll use gameplay and stuff. Alright. Let's just hit it. Yeah, no, GIMP is awesome. GIMP is clutch. I just need to get better at it. Like, I know it's like a free version, not a free version, but like a competitor to Photoshop and stuff, or Illustrator rather. But I need to get better at it because I need to make better graphics for future jams. Let's check this one out. We'll try it out in full screen as well. And if I gotta move my little guy, I'll move my little guy, no problem. Hey, that's us. Oh, I like how I didn't even realize this. The buttons are spinning around the thing. I have to like chase the button down. This is a button bottom left. It says editor. I'm gonna check that out real quick. I don't know what I'm doing here. So let me not. How do I go back? I don't know how to go back. We'll do that later. We'll check out what that is later. Let's see if we can actually press the begin button. There we go. Oh, escape to go back. I pressed escape. It didn't go back. Maybe I should have pressed it again. Alright, get perfect hits to score combos. Hitting here is good, but ends the combo. Orange is a miss, but you can try again. Hitting red will make you miss. Okay, sure, fine. Let's go. Oh, snap. Oh, man, I just gotta hit it. How do I hit it? Oh, space. Perfect. 3 perfects in a row. Heck yeah. Can I walk on the water? No. No. Oh, he got a 2 hit on me? What the fork? Perfect. How's he getting 2 damage on me? What the hell? Oh, I didn't read that fast enough. Whoops. So escape, exit full screen, but also how you exit the editor. Also left edit by accident when I submitted it. Oh, that's perfectly fine. No worries. Let's go. Let's go. Not sure where I go here. Maybe left. Interesting. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, leveling up means I can get my health back. Okay, that's good. What the fucking hell? This guy does 7 damage to me? I'm gonna get my ass kicked here in a second. Yep, I'm dead. Oh, what the heck was that? Well, that's the guy that killed me last time. Just hit it. Oh wait, my level keeps going up. Run! Shit, what the fuck is this guy? Oh, I did 8 damage that time. Does it like multiply with each hit or something? Holy shit. I think it does. I do like how the ball gets faster. The ball gets faster as you hit your combos. So it's like a rhythm-based game, I guess, in that regard. I don't know if it's not a rhythm, but, you know, like you're getting into the groove of it. Will I defeat the tyrant? I didn't know there was a tyrant even to defeat. Oh man, it freaking took him to half health in one. And he's also doing a lot of damage to me. Oh my gosh, there you go. I was gonna say he's one tap. I feel like we're getting close to a boss fight here soon. I just gotta not die. Yeah, I had a feeling I was gonna die. But I keep my levels, which is amazing because it makes the early game easier, I guess. Like, let's 2-tap this guy. I'm just like spamming D to get to the other side. Oops. Dang it. Oh man. He's gonna there we go. He's gonna whoop my ass. Oh. Redemption arc. Fuck you. Fuck you. Dang it. Oh, is that me? Ah, man. I wonder if there's an up that I can go to. Cause I just been going to the right. But over here, I can go upwards. Combos do way superior damage. Yep, battlefield. Nope, can't go up. So as I level up, my attacks just flat out do more damage. But it's just that enemies get tougher as well, so. I don't know if you can hear on the microphone me just spamming the D key. And the yay sound effect is on your list. I don't know, I kind of like the yay sound effect. I'm a huge Halo player, and one of my favorite skulls to activate in the game is the grunt birthday party. Oh, what? I'm gonna die here. Might have to call it after this one though. We'll do one more run. See if we can beat that blue guy up. Yeah. Oh man. Level up. And then blue guy, right? Nope, until this guy. I just don't want to take damage. Is there no more to go to? Did I reach the end? Is this the final boss? Is that what that is? Because he's like two-tapping me. Ooh, and then we die. Okay, I'm gonna have to call it there. That's interesting. Like, I do like the variety of enemies that you have here. I like the sound effect. Hell, you even have a freaking level editor. What the hell? People don't even include that in their games. Ah, unofficial final boss. I mean, you can try it one more time. You just have to get to that sandy area and then it'll spawn, right? I could just get murked. This guy's a bit tougher. And I like the combat system where it's like a time-based, like you have to time your hits. It makes the combat a lot more engaging instead of it just being like a turn-based game where it's just like, I'm gonna use my laser beam, and it's like, alright, let's wait for him to finish his laser beam attack, and now I can attack with my sword slash. The thing is, I'm taking damage as well. I just have to get better at hitting that perfect spot. I kind of been like hitting the left green whenever the left green is like on screen. Alright, this is where the final boss likes to hang out. There we go. There we go. I didn't quite get it. I hope I get a level up after this, because I'm about to die. Nope. And there he is, the blue guy. It's like the same sprite as me with the colors inverted. Alright, let's see if we can... Let's see if we can just hit it. Oh, okay. Nope. Fuck, we pressed it too early and we died. Okay, we're gonna have to call it there, I'm afraid, just so we can move on to other games. Otherwise, I'll be here all night. Yeah, so I do like the variety of enemies that you have in the game. I like the exploration aspect you have in the game. I like the level editor. The fact that you even have a level editor is nuts to me. Actually, can we go back and check that out? So you like right click to select the tile you wanna use. And can you go to the other screens? Is there a way to transition? There is. There's no up and down, so it's just left and right. So how many scenes is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 levels, okay. There's no real ending yet, just FYI. Yeah, that's in fact what it is. Your sprite just inverted. Oh, scroll wheel. Oh, that's cool. That's really neat. I like that a lot. It's a shame you can't go up and down as well. The only reason why I say that is because, well, one, I tried to do that myself. But two, because it would have made it feel like more like an adventure game. So one thing I really like in games is verticality. So like having the ability to go up and down, and not just like in the screen going north and south. I mean, but also like having layers to the level. Um, I'm not saying that this game even needs it. This game is perfectly fine without that kind of aspect of gameplay. But yeah, in terms of like feedback, I really enjoy, like I said, the enemy variety. I really enjoy the sound effects in the game. I really enjoy like navigating in the space, and it has like that RPG element, like the JRPG element of, you're roaming around, and all of a sudden you have like this random encounter in the space that you're in. And I think that's what triggers the boss fight. I think I have to be in like these sandy tiles in order for the boss to spawn. And if I'm like in these like early sand tiles, then one of two enemy or one of three enemy types could spawn. I'm not too sure. Or maybe it just depends on what scene I'm in. Aspiration and Vision was much bigger than this, but I also knew it wouldn't do everything I thought. Good night, Kingsblade. Yeah, I'll probably ping you, or somebody can ping you in the server once your game comes up, but the VOD would also be there for you to check out whenever you want. So I will talk to you in the VOD. I'll be chatting with you directly there. So we'll see you in the future. Thanks for joining. But yeah, being able to go north and south as well, having things to kind of collect. Because like what's it called? Like there's certain games that you play where it's just like, you can collect an item, it makes your attack stronger, it makes your defense better, it makes you have more health, or just like cosmetic things too. Having certain items that grant certain abilities, like maybe once per battle, if you hit yellow or orange, you can continue your combo regardless or something. Just like little things like that I think would be really, really interesting and can elevate the game, but that's leaning more into RPG elements, so I'm not too sure how much into that you want to lean into. Regardless though, you have the basis of a really, really fun game. I think all that it's missing is like some sort of narrative. I may or may not have missed the narrative, but yeah, giving the character a name, giving them a purpose, having the setting have character as well. Like there's a lot of things you created here, but there's no like homes, I guess. It's like maybe, you start off in a house, and then there's like really, really low level enemies around the house, and then as you go deeper into like, oh shit, got jump scared. As you go deeper into like the dark woods or whatever, maybe you can start having like stronger enemies start appearing there until you get to like the last area, because like this kind of looked like a boss area for a second, just because it was an open field that was like inviting some sort of grand battle or something, versus like these like narrower paths that were just like, you can only fight this person that's there. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, there isn't a story. The narrative is everything is out of harmony. I wanted to make an ending where something like the world is made good again. Because I saw the second enemy was like a music note, and there was also that effect, like that wave effect that would come onto the screen. If that wave hit you, then it automatically triggered an enemy encounter, which I thought was neat. So yeah, I did like those elements of the gameplay. Having like a little bit of a transition screen, or make a transition sound for like when you enter a battle. Like I'm thinking Pokemon, but the iconic Pokemon battle sound of like when the screen changes when the combat starts, and then you got that music. Again, I feel like comparing this more to like JRPGs and stuff, but Final Fantasy, kind of has that element as well. I'm thinking Skies of Arcadia 2, not the sequel, there is no sequel, I don't think, but Skies of Arcadia as well. But yeah, no, this is definitely like really really solid groundwork for an intriguing RPG. I'm thinking Legend of Zelda, like old school Legend of Zelda. You can create something really really cool here. You have a lot of characters, again, giving them some names and personalities, perhaps. You can have like their name pop up above their health bar if you wanted to. Maybe like a little bit of a dialogue exchange before the battles started, if you can figure out how to like code that in. There's a lot you can do with this project. Like if you continue working with this, you can, really really make this like a full-fledged game if you wanted to. Maybe the art style might need a little bit of work. Because for example, like the sands, I think this is sand. It's just a little frowny face. It's just a bunch of frowny faces put everywhere. But I guess it's like an ashy kind of barren wasteland, like the forest burnt down or something. But yeah, if you want to like invest a little bit more time in the art style, I like the tiling effects that you have going on here, and I do like how the the tiles here create. You can create bigger and smaller like ponds and lakes and stuff based off what you have so far. Yeah, no, that's the what's it called? I want to say beauty of a game jam, but like that's what happens in game jams. You have to figure out like when to call it. Like when do I stop adding features? When do I stop adding creating more art assets? When do I stop adding more gameplay elements to the game and just polish what I have, or iterate what I have. But yeah, no, overall though, like if this becomes like a full-fledged game, this is definitely something that I can see myself playing through all the way to the end, because it also has like roguelike elements to it too, because like when I died, I didn't lose my levels. I don't know if that's roguelike at all, but when I died, I didn't lose my levels. I just got teleported all the way back to the left-hand side of the screen. So there's something you can do with that too. Like I did appreciate that, because it meant that when I jumped back in, I wasn't starting from scratch, and I kept feeling stronger and stronger until I got all the way to the end. And maybe you can find a way to incorporate that into the narrative as well. Like you're not dying, you're just like getting teleported. You become unconscious and they teleport you all the way back to the beginning or something. I don't know. But that was one really cool aspect of it, because it made the game, it kept making me want to push myself further and further to beat the boss. Like I almost beat him that last time. I think it was just maybe a level away from it or whatever, but I started getting into the rhythm of attacking people, and I was like one or two fights away, I think, from actually beating the boss. Creates extra challenge, but in my opinion, it gives me a deadline. Like this being my second game jam, I got quite a lot done and kind of finished it rather than getting bogged down with too many parts. So the jam gives the dev an incentive not to be a perfectionist. 100%. That's one thing about game jams that I really appreciate. It's just like it forces you to just finish, just get it done, And if you work with a team, it teaches you to get things done, and also you learn how you operate in a team. You learn how to better operate in a team. You learn, what your strong suits are, what your weaknesses are, and if you can identify those weaknesses, then you can use a game jam as a way to turn those weaknesses into another strength. But yeah, we spent a good amount of time on this game, so I am going to move on. Changes may not be saved. That's okay. You're very close to beating him. Just two good combos really would have got him. Yeah, I was able to get some really good combos before, like a 6 freaking hit combo with some of the enemies, but when it got to the boss fight, I don't know, I just choked or something. But no, this is something that I could definitely see myself playing again in the future. Like, again, like maybe the art for like the overworld, maybe the art needs a little bit more tweaking. Adding some names to the characters above the health bars, so you know what kind of enemy you're fighting. And maybe some dialogue exchanges to add a bit more narrative to the game. But I do appreciate that you focus solely on the gameplay aspects, you know, like the moment-to-moment gameplay aspects of the game. You didn't even need to make a level editor, but you did anyways, and I appreciate that as well. So there's a lot of layers to this gameplay, or to this game, that I appreciate. But I am going to move on. I appreciate you joining me in the chat, by the way. But yeah, I have to get through. How many more games do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more games. The game was directly inspired by Knuckle Sandwich, which is an RPG with a minigame combat. Nice. Oh, for sure. Thanks for participating in the game jam and, you know, hanging out. This was Just Hit It by Oxy Joe. Shout out to Oxy Joe in the chat. If you want to chat with Oxy Joe, join the Discord server, because they're hanging out over there too. And I'll be there. Alright. So how many said we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of, what was it, 13 games. So we're 4 games in. You gotta start picking up the pace again. I keep just playing games. That's my problem. I play too many games. Next up we have Tap Era, or Era, however you pronounce it, by, oh, I'm gonna fuck this name up, I'm so sorry. Ciarandi Wasquito. Just tap and upgrade the era. Oh yeah, I think this one was just the clicker game, right? I just do a bunch of clicking. That should be pretty easy. This game is about upgrade era by clicking the game. Theme revolution. Theme using for era upgrading or era revolution. How to play? Click the game to earn money, upgrade using money, and wait for era point max. Okay. Easy peasy. This is a mobile game. Is this legit? Oh, that's the era score. Dude's gotta. Okay, let's start inventing things. We're using the double index finger maneuver right now, where we just invent primitive writing. Okay. Oh, and invent temple offerings. So we got money multipliers up the wazoo. Okay. So we have era point multiplier, time reduction. Okay, let's do a little bit of each one of these. How much we got? 31. I think this is like a vertical game. Do I full screen it? It makes it easier. How much monies do I have? I need money multiplier. That's what I need. There you go. Temple offerings. This is era point multiplier, era point multiplier, era point multiplier. I just need money multiplier. So let's focus on temple offerings for now. So we can just use all that money to just upgrade everything else we need. Okay, let's keep upgrading temple offerings. And now we're maxed out. Yeah, this double finger maneuver is clutch. Because by the time I take one finger off, the next one is already on it. Okay, so we got that fully maxed out. Time reduction, let's reduce time as much as possible. Let's get some more monies. Alright, so we got era score multiplier. What's the biggest one? Hieroglyphic writing, so let's just do that. And then this one, we could do that. And this one, we could do that. Everything's maxed out already. And we're still in the ancient era. So now we just click a whole bunch of times until we go to the next era. I think by that point we'll have more things to purchase and unlock, so let's get as much money as we can to... Okay, upgrade era, let's go medieval! Alright, so time reduction, money multiplier, okay, cool. Now we got that to max. Just war chariots, dev too lazy to add description. So time reduction, I think we probably want to max that one out. And the money multiplier is probably the best thing to go for because it just makes it so we can upgrade everything else immediately. Let's just get this up to like, I don't know, like 3,000 or something. Okay, iron mines, let's just fully max that out. Hero point multiplier, money multiplier, another money multiplier. I thought there was just one, I might have missed a whole bunch. Let's get more money multipliers going. Making a crazy bank now. Look at that. That shit's flying. Let's see what else we got. Another money multiplier. Let's get that. Oh damn, we're about to hit like 10 grand in no time. Okay, what else we need? Is it just this one? Blacksmithing? And then we got everything unlocked. Easy. Is there anything else I can use the money for? I'm gonna just read chat in the meantime while I just click with one hand and just read with the other. Fact you wrote a level editor from scratch is amazing. Not as scary as you might think. For full disclosure, I already had written a tile map editor before. I knew most of what to do and copied a few bits of that code too, which is perfectly allowed for the Game Jam, by the way, for those that don't know. Which Python library you use for graphics, Pygame, tile stuff is a great programming task. I don't know if you ever heard of this program before, LDTK. LDTK, which stands for Level Design Toolkit. If you haven't heard of it, I would highly recommend checking it out. A lot of games use it for tile maps. I use it for level design for client work when I'm doing 2D games, and I feel like it helps out a lot. I don't think we're gonna get to 10,000 error score, by the way. We have like $35,000, sorry, $34,000, and nothing to spend it on. We could wait here for the next era, but then we're going to be here for a long time. I don't even know if clicking makes the error score go up faster, because it seems to be going up at the same rate, or more or less, which is like 20 or so, or I guess 12. 85 plus 12, 97. Yeah, it's just going up like 12 at a time. Clicking's not making it go up any faster. Yeah, so I'll just start talking feedback for this game while we wait. I highly doubt that we're gonna ever hit that 10,000 mark, so we're just gonna call it. But for an idle clicker game, the only experience that I have with idle clickers is Cookie Clicker being one of them. There was a Game Jam game that was submitted in the past. I think it was for Isolation, where you played as a couch potato, and there's like a mini game where you can just generate unlimited money. And also Cells to Singularity, which is a pretty good game. You should check that one out. It's a mobile game. Check it out in the App Store. That's my only experience with clicker games. And the thing with clicker games that I played in the past is that there's things that you buy, because you click to earn currency, and then you spend that currency on things that essentially like auto click for you. It's like one of the first things you can get from Cookie Clicker, where it just generates the money or the resource that you're working towards. It just generates that on its own, and then as you upgrade that one, it generates it faster and faster. And there's also other things too, like the one you have here about like the multiplier. So every time you click, it generates more per click. But an idle game, an auto clicker should have a feature that it just automatically generates that money over time. There's things that it just like it does more clicks per second. Another one that does like more resources per click. So that way you can still participate and click, but there's other things that you're using those resources on. So it's like a resource management game on top of that it generates those clicks for you as well. So it's just like, hey, I want to click more things so I can have more money, so I can spend that money on things that click for me or make my clicks more worthwhile. Because like right now you have it kind of split up between money and error score, but there's nothing for me to really do to increase the error score in any faster rate. So you have these two different resources, where one of them goes automatically over time and the other one is just stagnant until I click. And having that separation, I think, makes it a bit like, it just makes the game feel a lot more disconnected, you know, because I have nothing else to spend my resources on, so there's no reason for me to click anymore at this point. I already, you know, like maxed out my stats here. Like my class is at full build right now, and I have enough money that by the time we get to the next era, not saying that we will, but by the time we get to the next era, you know, we could just buy everything right off the bat with no worries whatsoever, unless everything is just like ridiculously priced for no reason. But if it's getting descriptions here like dev too lazy to add description, I feel like that 10,000 mark is just such a long wait that we'll never get to that point. And if we do get to that point, there's nothing really waiting for us there except for like a game over screen. Another thing for like auto clickers that they have is like certain events that occur randomly throughout the game. Not necessarily randomly, but like there are random elements, and then there are also triggered elements where like one random element would be like a resource that pops up on the screen, and if you click that resource, then it either like makes it so that way each of your clicks for a short duration of time has like a ridiculous multiplier, so you get like crazy amounts of resources and stuff. Another one would just be like a burst of something. For like this game, for example, like that could be a burst of era score, because we're just gonna be sitting here for such a long time. There's nothing for me to do here except, you know, just click some more. But it's getting me a resource that I don't really care about at the moment, and I don't even think that there'll be something to spend it on when we get to the next area. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna call it there. That was Tap Era by Ciarandi Wasquito. Ciarandi Wasquito. Yeah. Definitely check out more. I don't want to do that just because I feel like, can we like mute tabs? I don't know if yeah, we can. We should have left it. Oh man. Oh man. That would have been fun to come back to later on. But I think it's okay. We should definitely just move on to the next game. Definitely check out more idle clickers if you want to get into that field. The art was fine. I feel like I like the evolution of the art style, like of the artwork in the background as you upgraded eras. I just think you need to focus more on the resource management part of the game, which is like the entire gameplay loop. You definitely got to research a lot more idle clickers. Again, cookie clicker is like the big one for sure. Everyone's heard of it. But also check out Cells of Singularity. Those are like the only two idle clicker games that I know of. And I think I had a lot more fun with Cells of Singularity than with Cookie Clicker. So, you know, Cookie Clicker is a PC game, and then Cells of Singularity is a mobile game. So maybe there's that element of it. Anyways, moving on. Next up is Borrowed Time by King's Blade Games, who unfortunately like just left the chat like a few minutes ago. That's a shame. But they're probably going to be watching on the VOD, so welcome. It's me from the past and you from the present, which is actually my future. Let's check out the game page before we jump into the game itself, just to see if there's anything waiting for us there. Borrowed Time. Important note. It was brought to my attention that this game does not have a frame rate crap, so yeah, my bad. Oh shit. WASD to move. Click to attack, but attacking wastes time, which is also your health. Interesting. Plays like a Doom-like game, but there's only 4 levels. I wish I could have made more, but I ran out of time. This is a really fun jam. And if you're just stumbling onto the game, I would highly recommend joining the Interstellar Garden Discord server, link in the description. Theme is implemented through having to complete levels before the clock makes one full revolution. No web build, no Linux build, no Mac build. Honestly, I think Mac builds are the trickier ones to make. That's just me. That's just my opinion. That's not a fact. I'm sure, because I don't have a Mac, so you know, I don't know how hard it is to make a Mac build on PC, but I won't be able to test it. I'm afraid. Assets. All asset effects are taken from Unity Store from a variety of different sources, and I low-key don't want to find them. All the art is made by me, though. That's fine. At least you let us know that the sound effects are from a different source. Borrowed Time. Let's go check it out. I think that's Unity Player. Is it? Yeah, it's Unity Player. Oh shit. Shit. What happens if it does a full revolution? Does the game crash? Oh shit, here it goes. Here it goes. Put your hands up. Well, the game didn't crash, but the watch did stop. Hell yeah. Level 1. I feel bad because the game is it's cut off. Left click. Oi. Run. Okay. Where'd my mouse go? Where did my mouse go? Oh shit. I don't know where my mouse went. I have to not die. So I think the strategy here is to just avoid the enemies and just go straight for that objective marker. Because if hitting enemies costs health and getting hit by enemies, oh, I like that. Oh fuck! Love the enemy variety. Where is the end of the level? Excuse me. Where's the portal? I got a key. Don't know where there's a door. Oh. There we go. Level 3, let's do it. I need to come back here at halftime. Oh shit. Ah, no. Okay, maybe don't trigger them immediately. Yeah, we can speedrun these levels. It's light work. Level 1, easy peasy. So there's the locked door. Oh, they're blocking the door. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, I can't speedrun that one. I really gotta like juke them like I did. This one is I could just run straight for the finish line. No problem. This one I gotta do a little bit more thinky think. this way. So I can grab the key and get the fuck out of here. Nice. Do you stop the clock? It looks like your fingers are on buttons. Yeah, left click makes it go by faster, which we need to do first for this level. And then we just gotta run past this. Oh, that was easy. Yeah, I can attack it to waste my time, so it's like it's better off not attacking. Just that way I can have more time. And I think I do get time back. What font is this? I'm not too sure. It's like an 8-bit font. Like a Deltarune or Undertale type font. But yeah, so it's like it's better to not attack and save as much time as possible. And I'm sure you get time back for defeating enemies, but it's like, is it worth it to fight them? King's font. Oh snap, oh snap. Where's the key, but where's the door? Oh, there's the door. Excuse me, kind sir. Oh my god. I didn't know where the other key was. Or maybe I didn't need a key. Okay, let's go here. Level 2. New. Oh no, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I think they hit me at some point. Yeah, I think they hit me at some point. I wasn't paying attention. Is Bugaborg up in tonight's games, or is it in part 1? Bugaborg is coming up. 1, 2, 3 games after this one. I'm gonna give this one like another run, and then I'm gonna move on to the next game. I want to try to see if I can beat level 4. Oh dang, they take like half my health. Yeah, I think one of them hit me. So I will say one quick tidbit of feedback for this game is to include some sort of sound effect when I get hit, so that way I know I got hit. Okay, we're at half health. Like, I don't mind the time being health. However, attacking costing time and costing health, I feel like is whoa. That's where it gets tricky. Okay, level 4. Let's see if we can beat this one. If we don't, then we're still gonna call it because we have to move on. Whoa. We're gonna hug the left a little bit so they come closer, and then we can juke them. See, like, where is the key for this door? Oh, is it down here? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, open! Oh my god, yeah. I don't know how I was gonna beat that. Yeah, so right off the bat, I will say, yeah, I picked up one key and opened one door, but I needed a second key to open that second door, but it's just way too tight of a spot. The way I was playing the game, I wasn't really engaging in combat all that much, so getting there was hard. Yeah, this was tricky. Yeah, because like attacking things costing time makes me not want to attack things and then use the time instead to just get to my destination with time to spare. If I get hit, I want to make sure I have the health/time to get hit. So it is like there's like three different trade-offs here. It's a resource that's constantly depleting. I get it. You want to beat the level before the timer hits 0, which is a pretty common concept. A lot of people do that. Your health being tied to the time is a really interesting concept as well, because it means that you want to make sure you don't get hit while on the way to your objective. However, your attacks costing time is where the trade-off, I feel like, becomes unfair to the player. Well, it's still interesting, but it just takes away from the fun from the game, because as you're, because you, like, again, you don't want to waste time, you don't want to deplete your main resource, so attacking things costs that resource, so you don't want to spend it. I didn't want to spend it, and by the fourth level I needed to spend it, and I wasn't training myself to use that ability, so I wasn't able to actually get the hits in that I needed to. Having audio feedback when you take damage and also when you deal damage to enemies, I think it's crucial for a game to succeed, because then it allows me as the player to understand that the thing that I'm doing has an impact. Also, when you take damage, maybe adding a little bit of screen shake, maybe a little bit of red on the screen. I don't know. That might be a bit too much. But you have this one singular resource that's tied to all these other elements of gameplay that, it hinders the game a good amount, because, your health is the time. So as time progresses, you're technically taking damage. As you take damage, you lose time as well. And also, as you attack things, you lose health and time. So while, again, it's a very interesting concept, I think it just needs to find better balance, like a better way to balance things. Also, when I took damage, it looked like it took like a quarter or like half of my health. And that's really, really punishing, and makes me just want to avoid combat even more. So yeah, finding those balances with taking damage, dealing damage, especially with the smaller enemies. I think it took like 3 hits to defeat them, which again, 3 hits is a lot of my own health, my own time to defeat them. And I didn't even know if I was hitting them or not, so I don't even know if it was 3 hits. It might have just been a 1-hit thing, but without any feedback, I didn't know if I was even landing those hits, so I just kept swinging. And the amount of time that I got back for defeating an enemy, it just didn't seem like it was worth it to engage in combat at all. Maybe defeating an enemy refills like half of my timer. That would be amazing. But the amount of hits that it takes me to get that back, that's where it gets tricky. And I get it. That's the whole point of the game, is to balance those resources and stuff. But As a developer, as a game designer, you have to find out how the average player will balance these things, because again, it's your health, it's the timer for the level, and it's also the amount of attacks that you can deal. And they're all these three mechanics are tied to one resource, which makes it, like I have to really, really balance what it is that I do. And I was mostly just working on getting from point A to point B as quickly as possible so I can have the time to complete the level. Avoiding enemies so I can have the time to complete the levels, and avoiding attacking so I can have the time to reach my objective. Finding a way to balance those three things with one resource is going to be very tricky. I would say just make attacks free, and if you defeat an enemy, then you get time back. So that way you can kind of do unlimited attacks, but it's still, you're running the risk of taking damage by engaging in combat, because like right now the way it stands is that if I engage in combat, whether I'm successful or unsuccessful in that combat, as in I take damage from an enemy hitting me, I'm still losing time. If I'm attacking or taking damage, I'm still losing time. So for me, I don't want to attack or take damage, so I'm just running the entire time. So it changes the way that I personally play, and I think it's also going to change the way that other people play the game too. Like, I know you want to have a dynamic where you're doing this dance between attacking and running, but for me personally, it just didn't stick the landing here. I like the enemy designs. I like the art that you have in the game. The level designs were interesting. I like you have to find the key to open the door. You have to have your timer be at a certain point in order for this door to open as well. So there's like a lot of things with the level design that were tied to the mechanic that I thought was really, really neat. But it's just that just the three resources being in one is what really kind of held the game back for me personally. What else? The sound effects of the monsters roaring and the enemy, like smaller clocks, like marching towards you and stuff like that. I like that. But yeah, adding more sound effects like footsteps. I like the roars and stuff like that. When an enemy is like attempting to attack you, I think they should also make a sound effect. And if they miss, no additional sound effect is needed. But if they land, then you have that taking damage sound effect, that screen shake effect as well, post-processing. There's a lot you can do here for this type of game, but the core mechanic needs a rework. So I'm not too sure how much more you want to go in that particular direction. But yeah, no, overall though, I think that was a really, really interesting mechanic. It just needed to be tuned a bit differently. But yeah, that was Borrowed Time by Kingsblade Games. Let's see how much we got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 13. It's kind of half. I want to get to Bugaborg, I think, soon, because I believe Stefan Vincent is in the chat with us right now. And that is one of the games that is a download game, so it would make sense to play. But we are doing things in chronological order. I want to try to stick to that, unless I just physically can't play a game in that moment. Okay, just give me one moment. I'm just going to grab a quick snack. I think this is a good point to grab a quick snack, and then I'll be back. I guess we can listen to some music in the meantime. So let's put some of this on for a bit. Then I'll be right back. I'm gonna just grab a quick snack. BRB. I am back. I have returned and I'm here to play some more games. Specifically, games that were submitted to the Interstellar Game Jam 8. Thank you all for sticking around because this has been a long, long night. Oh man, how are we doing with ratings? Is anyone rating things as the stream goes on? It doesn't seem that way. Yeah, we're getting to the tail end. We're about like halfway through. Next up, we have Iron Trial by Dead Rock Games. I'm gonna view the game page, gonna read what it says, and it's not much. Okay. Did this jam last minute within a 24-hour time period. Uses as an exercise to learn Godot. Was fun. WASD to move, left click to shoot, space/enter to start a game. Credits: Anthony Jones for art, design, and engineering, and Novander for music. Little two-person team, nice. Okay, again, I have like a little bit of a widescreen thing going on here. Which doesn't seem to be too big of an issue. It just means I can see more on the left and right side. And I hope this guy isn't covering too much there. But it says here, this is a rough prototype of a simple game loop. Only spent 24 hours on it. And then everything else we read from before. Space. Okay, 1 down, 3 to go. 2 down, 2 to go. 3 down, 1 to go. And that's it. Victory. I'll say the art looks really good, like very gritty. Not sure if these are any like pre-made assets or if you made it specifically for the game jam. Can I move down here? I cannot. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would like to move to more areas. Music is good. Welcome back, Oxy Joe. This song goes so hard, man. It's like a mix of metal and trap. I'm kind of just like letting it play out just because it's so damn good. It's the second phase of the song. What the fuck? Oh man. Alright, well, that was a pretty simple game. Again, it was made in 24 hours. I can understand why it was pretty bare bones. I'm still gonna give you feedback as if you spent the entire time doing in the game jam, just because I feel like, you know, that I have to give everyone that, you know, that same, what's the word I'm looking for? It's late. I'm so tired. I gotta give the same energy towards everybody. So the thing with this game, interesting, you know, chord loop in terms of like, you know, being stuck in this arena and then having all these enemies shooting at you from outside the arena. There's the music in the game is like the most outstanding aspect of the game. It's just like the metal mixed with trap kind of just like fused together, like, and it just makes sense too, because usually in metal songs you have a drum, like a drum kit, and here you're using the drum kit for, you know, making those I don't know if it's called a drill beat, I might be wrong, but the guitars, plural, just going, you know, going crazy. You have those riffs, you have those like you can hear the bending of the strings, you can hear like the sliding and stuff like that, and just like the power chords that are being played as well. The song is definitely like the most outstanding portion of this game. The other, you know, outstanding thing is the fact that this was made in only 24 hours, which is fucking impressive, seriously. But in terms of the things that it's lacking, is lacking a narrative. Like, I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, I don't know what I'm fighting or why I'm fighting them, or why they're fighting me. But I understand it's just a game jam. It's just a quick little thing, so it doesn't need all that kind of stuff. But for me playing a game, the things that keep me interested in, these are the things that keep me interested in the game, like the things that hook me in and make me just be like, whoa, okay, cool, I can get behind that idea. The game is severely lacking in sound effects, and by that I mean there are absolutely none. There's no shooting sound effects from me, there's no shooting sound effects from the enemies, there's no taking damage sound effects from me or taking damage sound effects from the enemy, or no footstep sound effects either. There's no like ambient noises, like the enemies also don't make any noises. But yeah, I feel like in terms of like sound, that's like what the area that is lacking. The music does a really good job, but it can't make up for the fact that everything else is not there. Um, yeah, I wouldn't talk too much about progression because again, this is the game. It's just an arena survival kind of thing. There's a lack of enemy variety. There's only one enemy type. Again, I understand the time restrictions, but if you want to take this concept and kind of continue on with it, adding more enemy variety, like a enemy spawning system. So like when you defeat enemies, like another wave comes in, they'll spawn either from the sides or they'll spawn in the arena with you. Like if you have like a melee type enemy. What else? No tutorialization needed. You kind of get the gist of it with the instructions you have written down. But yeah, I'm not too sure what else to add here. It's a pretty simple game, simple mechanics. The mechanics worked. I shot something, it took damage, and eventually died. I just don't know how much health certain enemies have. So maybe having a health bar or some indicator. So like when an enemy takes damage, they flash white or something. Maybe there's an animation that plays alongside the sound effect. But still hella impressive you release this in 24 hours. There's a lot of people that have that capability in them. I made games in 48 hours, but I worked with a team. So I don't even know if I'm able to do that myself. So I'm still hella impressed that you got this across the finish line, especially like, joining the jam super late and just like, oh, fuck it, I guess I'll make a game in a day and submitting it, an hour before the deadline. That's hella impressive. Not going to take that away from you. In terms of the theme of the jam being revolution, it makes sense that the enemies are revolving around you, so I can see that, but it's not much else beyond it. Anyways, this was a pretty interesting title. I love the soundtrack in this. Seriously, if that song has a name, I want to know what song that is because I want to listen to it later. Seriously. Anyways, that was Iron Trial by Dead Rock Games. A lot of people have played this one so far, which is awesome. But we need people to try out the ones that need to download. That's where the ratings need to go. Alright. Next up, Color Revolution. This is by Patrico. Plays a brave cat on a colorful quest to chase the magical chickens and restore the stolen colors of the world. This one sounds like an adventure. Also, which one is this one? Color Revolution. How many Revolution games do we have? I just want to look through it. Space Race Revolution. Iran Revolution. Bloxers Revolution. I'm counting Minevolution. Clockwork Revolutions, which actually that one makes sense because Color Revolution 6, Fish Revolution, seven Revolution games. There's a whole lot of revolutions here. But let's check out the jam page and see what this game's all about. Plays a brave cat on a colorful quest to chase the magical chickens and restore the stolen colors of the world. Face the dreadful Lord Black and White, who has drained every hue and bring vibrancy back to the land. Real quick before you jump into the game, I feel like since this game is like all about colors or lack thereof, the game page should kind of reflect that to some capacity by like either being all black with white text or something. Just a nitpick, not really gonna affect your grading whatsoever. It's all about the gameplay anyways, but I feel like the theming of the game page itself would lend itself really well to a game like this, and that might make people think even more highly of your game. Again, I haven't tried it out yet, so this might not even matter. game made for Interstellar Game Jam 8. Music and sound effects by Pablito. Game co-creation and level design by Minato Sup. Programming art and general production by Patreco. Main character sprites, Obro pixel art. Thank you so much for playing. Stay tuned for more. Signed, No Way Games. What's this up here? These little numbers. Next time you participate in a game jam with a team, I highly recommend adding everybody as contributors to the project, because right now it just says your name. So that way everybody who participated on the team can go and rate other people's games. I think you can do this post submission. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can do this after submissions close. You can definitely like add pictures, you can edit your game page, and yeah, next time add those people as contributors, that way they can go and rate games too. I think it's very important for your team to also participate in the rating period of the game jam. But yeah, let's just jump into gameplay. Oh, what? I didn't even see that. I love the running animation. That is so smooth. Like you go from standing on twos to running on all fours. That's really neat. Oh man, the C ability, I don't like that being bound to the C button. I'm gonna be straight up with you. So we got the red chicken. There we go. Okay, so we gotta run, jump, and then no. Am I at a disadvantage because I'm full screen? I don't think so, but I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. I don't like that. I really, 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 really don't like that. Because I literally have no time to react. Am I gonna die again here? This is F. Okay, wall climb is clutch. I don't like this. We did learn that F doesn't do nothing there, never mind. Oh wait, do I have all my abilities still? What's this green chicken do? I broke the game. And then died immediately. Alright, let's see. I can get the key. But then where does that leave me? How do I get the guy? Oh, what the fuck? Why am I at the bottom of the screen? What the fuck was that? Okay, so we gotta get the key first. And I think because we got all the other abilities in past lives, we can just... go ahead and skip all that. My phone just died, so I don't have chat on my side right now. I fell off the map. I think I'm gonna call it there, actually. Again, I kind of want to move on. I love the running animation. The level design needs work. The boss battle, I wasn't sure what was going on there because my characters went downwards, which was weird. Probably because I didn't do everything in the right order. I did break the game a bit, just my bad. Right, yeah. I like the fact that each of the different chickens you collect grants you a new ability, because then that opens the game up a lot more. So I really, really did appreciate that aspect of the game. I did not like, however, the spikes being below me, and when I fall into certain areas, I can't recover because I didn't see the spikes coming at me in time. So that definitely needs work in terms of the levels design. I was also able to sequence break the level a little bit by just like hugging the wall on my way down, so I was able to get the key right away. So that's again another level design issue. There's that bug where after I collect the chickens, if I just collect one chicken, I get all of my abilities back. So that's definitely something that needs a little bit of rework. It would be interesting though too, like if I pick up a chicken, then some color comes back to the world as well. I know it's a bit tricky to implement during a game jam, but I feel like that would be a really cool mechanic to like really drive home the point of the game's the theme that you're going for your own game, in terms of like going from just black and white to then adding color to the game. Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened to me during the boss fight, because it looks like the game's supposed to look like this, but for me, my screen was just like here. So I'm not sure what caused that, honestly. Yeah, honestly, the feedback for me is just improving your level designs. Try to remove any spikes that are waiting for you in a pit below, unless it's like something of a failed jump. But if it's an intentional drop in, then you need to just make sure the landing is clear. I understand that we have like that dash ability, but that dash ability should be used, I don't know how to say, like in the right moments of the level designs. Again, like if you are going to be falling down a pit and having spikes waiting for you at the bottom, at least let us see more below us. I was playing Hollow Knight recently, and then one thing you can do for that game is hold down, and then by holding down, the camera pans downward, so you can see what's waiting for you below the player. And I think it also works with upward. I'm not too sure if it does, but regardless, it allows more visibility in the game that, it's about platforming. Like ultimately, this is a platformer. And for me not to be able to see the platform that's waiting for me below, it just makes it a lot more makes it a lot more harder. It doesn't need to be that hard. That being said, though, this was a nice little entry. I did like the platforming mechanics when it did work. I liked the abilities that I was able to receive. Like, there were some things I was just like, oh, why can't I climb this wall? Whatever. I just thought it was a missing feature, but you actually did include it, and it was something that you can collect as a player through level progression that elevates the level in itself. I feel like you could have also done something really cool by like a Metroidvania, where when you collect an item, the same level that you're playing now opens up more because this item lets you traverse areas that you wouldn't have been able to before. And you kind of have that going on here, like with certain areas where it's just like, oh, you can go left or right. The thing is, though, is you cannot go left unless you get this thing. You can only get this thing if you go right. So that doesn't like truly open up the level when you get the things, because it's still linear. Like, you still go right, get the thing, you take the portal, then go left, instead of like, having a level where you can go left, explore a little bit, find the dead end, and then open up a new path by revisiting it from another way, and just kind of keeping certain areas more interesting. There's a lot more you could have done with the level design for sure, and I think that's one of the weaker points for this game. The audio was fine. I like the sound effects for the jumping. You included sound effects for all the things I would expect there to be sound effects for, so that was really, really good. Maybe you have like a chicken sound effect. That would have been a nice little touch. Like when you collected a chicken, you get a little you get a little squawk from the chicken. I can't really give you too much feedback on the boss fight, just because I only fought him that one time and then I fell off the map, which is again another level design issue. You need to put some walls up in that boss fight, because I feel like the head of the boss is too high. And I'm not too sure how I would be able to jump up that high to reach him. Maybe jumping on the hands, but even then, that wasn't entirely clear to me. Yeah, no, I did enjoy playing the game at parts, except the parts where I died due to falling into spikes. But this was definitely a nice little entry. You can really flesh this out and turn this into a bigger game by having like smaller enemies you can fight throughout the game. Again, you're gaining these different abilities. So maybe the shooting ability is something you get early on to fight some of these enemies. The double jump, having that as a feature, that was really cool. The climbing up the walls really opened up traversal for the game as well. And that dash ability too was really, really neat, allowing for some really cool maneuverability like combos. Like you can go from standing to running to jumping, dashing, doing a double jump, and then maybe even reaching a wall. So like keeping in mind those movement combinations that the player could eventually use once they unlocked all these abilities, and then having the level design reflect that. Like, I think you did a really good job with the mechanics for this game, but the level design didn't allow those mechanics to truly shine. Like, you had one puzzle, it felt like, per mechanic, and that was it. Like, you didn't have a way where all these kind of mechanics start to, like what's it called, mixing and matching with these different mechanics. Like, again, instead of like the bigger example of doing every single thing, like maybe there's something where you have to like double jump in order to get enough height so you can shoot a thing, or like a platform that's like way too far, so you have to double jump and dash in order to get to it. The thing is, like, the double jump is more of a vertical thing, and then there's like the climbing is also vertical, the dash is horizontal. I'm not too sure if there's anything else that's horizontal besides the shooting, but you had a wall that you can destroy even though you didn't need to destroy it. Having things like that So that way you can only do it while you're airborne. So you need to like do a double jump in order to get the height to shoot the thing, and then you can dash afterwards. Like just getting like some of those combinations in your head, and then finding a way to reflect those mechanic combinations within the level design. So that way the mechanics can shine even further. Because you have some really dope mechanics here. It's just the level design is really holding back this game. The art was neat. I think you could have done more with the environment art, but the elements like the chicken, the cat, the boss, that's where I could see a lot of the effort went into. It's very clear. But if you want to move forward with a project like this, having that same what's it called? The same drive for environment art would also go a long way as well. And yeah, I think it's you guys worked in a team. You know, it's really, really tricky to work on a team 100%. So I commend you for working together and getting something across the finish line. Working alone is one thing because you can just talk to yourself in your own head and you don't have to worry about communicating with other people. Working with a team has its own challenges. And I encourage people to work on teams when they can, so they can get better at working on teams. Because a lot of people that are working on these games, there are a lot of people that are hobbyists, but there's also a lot of people that want to turn this into a career at some point, either by getting a job in the game development industry, or working on like a dream project of your own. The thing is, if you work by yourself, it'll probably not get done the way you would want it to. So you want to work with other people, so that way you can get the, like if you're not good at art, you want to bring somebody on board that's an artist. But if you don't have the experience communicating with them, then it'll be trickier to, really convey what you're trying to do for the game to those different people. There's like one example that I keep bringing up to people in person is that artists and programmers, they speak two entirely different languages, and because of that there's a lot of conflict that occurs between the two departments. Not because they're at odds with each other. A lot of the times they're just miscommunicating, where like the programmer might ask the artist, a question, and the artist responds not understanding the question and then gives them a different answer than they were expecting. So like just understanding, like working with different types of people, working with different departments, working as a team allows you to understand different terminology, and in the future when you want to communicate to those different departments and people of those disciplines, it's a lot easier for you, because even though you're not an artist, you still understand the quirks of Blender or Sprite or GIMP or Photoshop or whatever. Even though you don't really ever touch those programs, you worked with enough people who touch those programs that when they tell you, that they're having an issue with their normal maps, that, even though you might not be able to help them out with that, you understand the struggles that they're going through. And maybe you are working on some kind of program that or script or application, whatever, that takes those things into account. So I'm rambling now. Apologies. My phone just died, so I can't read chat right now. So I'm going to take a peek at chat real quick. Behind the scenes. Seems like chat is pretty stable at the moment. I'm going to put my phone to charge real quick, just so that way I can turn it back on before the stream ends. Oh, but before we do, my bad. That was Color Revolution by Patreco and a whole bunch of other people whose names I forgot. My apologies. You can check out their names in the credits of the game, which I'm really, really glad you included, because I don't think those names were included in the game page either, which again, you guys should invest on prettying up the game page when you can. Like, you did screenshots, which is awesome, and that gives people a good idea of what your game's about. But also putting more information on the game page itself, changing the background colors, changing like some of the formatting. You could change the font, change the colors, and just make it fit in more with your game. And that would just like elevate it a little bit more, even though it doesn't really do anything to the gameplay itself. It's just a really nice peripheral to the game that just adds more to the game. Anyways, Color Revolution, Pacheco and Friends. Next up is Bugaborg, The Last Stand by Shoebox Games, and that person may or may not have been in the chat. I don't know if they're still here. Probably not, but that'll be cool if so. I'm going to put my phone to charge first, and then I'll jump into it, so just give me 1 second. I will be right back. Alrighty then. I'm back. And next up we have Bugaborg. And apologies if the creator is in the chat right now. I can't really check chat. I have to like go to a different tab and then look at it, because I only have one monitor, and that monitor is an ultra wide. Whoopsie daisy. Anyways, this is Bugaborg, The Last Stand by Shoebox Games. One last stand for the Bugaborg against the invading humans. And this is a download game. Okay, cool. So yes, this is only played by, rated by 3 people so far. Again, looking at the least rated games, this is second to lowest in the amount of ratings. If you're watching this stream and it's Sunday already, again, there's a little under 24 hours now. We're at, let's see, -3. We have 21 hours left in the rating period. Be sure to go out there and rate the games that you're watching on stream, because you didn't want to install the games, which is perfectly fine. I understand not wanting to install the game, but there are people here that made some cool stuff that I think that you should check it out. So we're going to check the game page first and then jump into the download. So let's do that. Alright. Ooh, there's a mouthful. 1 second. Let me take a sip of water. Nope. Okay. Bugaborg, The Last Stand. Year 6205. The Asmodean galaxy burns. Humanity's crusading fleets are sweeping across the stars, leaving only conquest in their wake. The Bugaborgs, an alien race feeding off of crystal and light, are the last defenders of their home world. At the heart of Azora Prime. Oh, I'm so sorry. It is 3 a.m. right now. At the heart of Azora Prime stands HQ, the command hub that keeps their people alive. If it falls, the Bugaborgs fall with it. You are the Guardian. Your mission: hold back the human invasion for as long as you can. Survive the endless waves. Defend HQ for the revolution. Use your minerals to create new base pieces and last as many waves as possible. Towers are a great way to extend your build range and help you defend your HQ. Place buildings by clicking on the portraits and place them near the associated resource. Base pieces must be nearby other base buildings of different type. Towers are an exception. Minerals and crystals are used to make new buildings. Gas is used to repair damaged buildings. Let's get it. Whoops. There it is. And there it is. Yes. Give me the infection. Virus up my computer, please. Bugaborg, the last stand. Wave 0, next wave in 60 seconds. Okay, so... Okay, we got resources here, okay. Where's my health? Oi. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm gonna die here. Yeah, wave 77? What the fuck? I've survived 72 waves. Okay. Let's retry this. Okay. We got like a whole 30 seconds for the next wave. Thing is, I can't zoom out. I don't know why. How do I... There we go. It's kind of like a tower defense game with like resource management and stuff, which I dig. I can get behind that. No. Oh, I can move the... God damn it. I feel like that would have been way more handier before. Alright, let's give it one more try. Now that we know that we can freaking move outward. We'll put these down here, down here. Let's get those crystal mines up as soon as possible. I need to form a defensive perimeter. There we go. Oh, I'm not extracting these guys anymore. Fuck. Oh shit. crushing it. Again, these defenses way the hell up. I think that's it for us. Oh, we're somehow still alive. Not sure what the gas clouds do. Alright. I think I got the gist of it. Alright. Good night, Oxy. Thanks for hanging out in the chat for so long. I appreciate it, man. It is very, very late. I do apologize for the late stream. It's just like the only like pocket of time I had available before raiding ended. I guess I could have done it tomorrow at a way better time, but that would be way. I feel like that's just cutting it too close too. Plus, I have client work I gotta do tomorrow. That being said, this is a really nice tower defense game. I will just rip the band-aid off and say that the gas harvester, I don't really feel like there's any need for a gas harvester except for just having it there so it could distract the enemies and also allow me to expand my empire, I guess. I did like the increasing difficulty of the waves. The resource management, I feel like, aside from the gas, was handled really well. Like at first I was like, oh, this kind of sucks, but that was also because I wasn't moving the camera around. I didn't know I could move the camera around. I don't know if there was a section of controls that I missed somewhere. But yeah, you should definitely include controls and also like strategies, I guess, for these different things. Like, what do they do exactly? I mean, I did enjoy my time with it. Sometimes when I'm just like quiet, I'm just enjoying the game, like straight up. I just forget to talk because I'm enjoying the game so much. But yeah, I did enjoy my time with this one for sure. The sound effects really help elevate the game. I personally did not mind that the humans were just little circles that were flying around, because the rest of the artwork in the game did a phenomenal job at kind of explaining what it is that the thing does. I mean, I feel like I would like to have some sort of ability to heal myself. Like, I understand it's a tower defense game, so you don't really want that, but I feel like if there's something that the gas clouds could potentially do, is maybe you can spend those resources to heal yourself, and they'll make that a much more valuable resource to protect. So you can spend those to heal not just your main planet, but also like your defense turrets and your other mining facilities. So maybe gas could be like a really, really interesting way to do that. I think you'll have like your perfect balance of different things that those things can do, because you need the purple stuff in order to create the purple mines, and also the crystal mines. But then you need the crystals and the purple stuff in order to make the turrets. So that right away the crystals become the most important resource. So I kind of like try to beeline for those. And it worked out for me for a good portion of the game, because I was able to create enough turrets to create like a defensive perimeter. However, they kind of target the turrets as a lot. I think it's just because it's in their way. So it's nice to have all those other mines scattered everywhere, because they'll also target the mines if it's in their way. So if you have a turret nearby a mine, you could use that strategy to, quote unquote protect your mines, sure, but really you're just using your mines as a diversion. And then as you're distracting everybody, you're shooting them down before they even touch the mine. So it helps out in that regard. Because if they destroy your turret, then there's less defenses for you to protect everything else. Everything gets destroyed exponentially faster with the less turrets you have, or space stations, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, I enjoyed my time with this one, genuinely. The art's fine. It gets the point across, especially since you'll be zooming out enough that you don't really need to be staring at things too much. The audio is fine. I feel like maybe adding a better ambient background track could have helped out a lot. Aside from that, the explosion sounds are fine. The shooting sounds are fine. The buildings was fine. Maybe a bit more clarity as to what you can build and where you can build them. But did anyone mention that? Doesn't sell a bones here. The game or its page really needs a description for the controls. Yeah, because it took me a while to realize what I can do. Yeah, I can zoom out and pan the camera. Another thing I'll do is give the buildings descriptions. I think I mentioned that as well. With no knowledge of what's happening, an impending wave of enemies is not very conducive to survivability. Does gas do anything? Yeah, I mentioned that one as well. Another aspect I think use polish is the part where you can't build too far away from your base. There aren't any generic buildings to fill space to extend easily, so I was alternating between rock and crystal miners, even though they didn't really serve a purpose. Well, the rock and crystal miners did serve the purpose of you being able to buy more turrets. So that one I would argue. The gas mines, I would agree 100%. That one didn't do anything besides just have a building down that you could extend everything else. But the crystals were crucial for having more turrets, and that was the kind of thing I was building in those empty spaces. And that helped to, keep my base alive. Since a lot of the game is mouse based, I would make the screen pan when the mouse is around the screen edge, not just WASD. Yeah, that's a good note for sure. Let's see what else is people saying. Just because there's like only a few people that played the game, rated by 3 people, and then we have those 3 people commenting, which I think is awesome. I'm probably not going to leave any comments because this live stream is taking that place, and I'll just be saying the same thing I said in the live stream, just in text form. So I'd rather not transcribe it. Reminds me of Mindustry as well, but I think the game's tutorial explains what each building does. Yeah. The objective of this game is surviving. That makes sense. But a tutorial, I think that's huge. And an explanation of what each building does, I think is also really huge. And lastly here, another person in my industry as well. I never heard of this game before, and it being brought up twice in the comments is interesting. One suggestion, instead of showing the text where I can or can't build structures, just display a square or any shape under the mouse, make it green where building's allowed and red where it's not. Honestly, I was just spamming clicking all over the place to place my structures quickly. Got to wave 50, but then I got bored, so nothing new was happening. I don't even know what wave I got to, because at a certain point it says I got to wave 73, unless I was 13. That makes more sense. I think the furthest I got to was 20 something, like 25 almost, I think. But yeah, I agree with the comment. You definitely have some really strong bones here for a full game. Just add some descriptions to the buildings. Like somebody's mentioned about putting a cursor down somewhere, or like having this color underneath the cursor so you can say yes or no to where things can or cannot be built. I like the message popping up, but I don't like that I had to keep clicking around and seeing where I couldn't place things. What else? The gas, giving it a purpose, and I think the best purpose is health. Like just having it be a resource you can spend to heal things, because once you have your base take damage and having no way to heal it back, then it's just like shit. Now I just got to focus more on building more defenses or something. I don't know. I'm going to move on. I'm sleepy, but I did enjoy my time with this one. It just needs more work. That was Bugaborg: The Last Stand by Shoebox Games. I think that was a team. I can't remember. I don't think there was credits anywhere. It might just be a one-person team, in which case that was really great for one person. Again, the economy in the game was really strong. It's just, well, 2 things. One, the gas had no purpose, which I mentioned before. I suggested what you could do to give it purpose. Secondly, the purple stuff. I feel like at a certain point, I didn't need more purple stuff. I could be wrong. Maybe I just got to a good point in the game. I remember somebody mentioning that they were just putting crystal mines because they didn't have any purpose anymore. My counterpoint is the defense platforms are what used its crystals. Anyways, moving on. Next up, this is another person who has participated in other jams in the past. The font of 1s do look like 7s. And hello, Cosmic Guy. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hobbs is a previous Game Jam winner. Interstellar Game Jam winner, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking forward to the audio for this game, because if I remember correctly, Hobbs did a good job with audio. This is Reload by Hobbs. Reload your revolver every round. Oh, and I remember seeing that on the top right corner in some of the comments in the Discord, which if you are not in the Discord yet, click the link in the description so you can be part of the community and get a heads up when the next game jam is going to start before everyone else finds out. Let's see what the game page says. Unlock attacks to add to your revolver and reload every time you die. Okay. Don't do that. That's neat. Alright, it's tutorial. That's very rare that a game has a tutorial. So, not taking that for granted. Click the bullet attacked to select it. Darn it. Dang it. Dang it. They surrounded me. Dang it. Oh, every circle a new enemy pops up. Okay, I got 11 coins. Landmine sounds like a good idea. Grenade, I'm not a fan of the grenade. I'll take the rocket though. Dang it. 20 bucks. Rapid fire. I'll take that. I like that better than the multi-shot. Okay, no need for the single shot anymore. We got big bullet and rapid fire. Multi-shot, kinda ass. Landmines, clutch. Rockets, clutch. Not a fan of the grenade. So we got 16. Try the shield, perhaps. Fuck it, we'll throw the grenade in too. Let's see, so we start off with the shield, do a big bullet with the rocket, and then landmine. Let's try that out, I guess. Oh, the blue guys drop nades. That's what this blue stuff is. That's actually a pretty good combo. We should activate shields first. Throw a landmine. Do a rapid fire. Throw a rocket. Throw a big bullet. Throw a nade. We'll save it for a laser and then flamethrower. See what that's all about. Oh, because I just fucking stepped on it like a dummy. Not enough for the laser yet. We got enough for a flamethrower. Okay, so I like the shield. I like the landmine. I like the rapid fire. I like the rocket. I like the big bullet. Let's try flamethrower next. I just went right around them. I don't like the flamethrower. Shield. Landmine. Rapid fire. Rocket. Big bullet. And then we'll just end with a wall? I don't know. Multi-shot, I guess. Missed. Oh, what the f- Did my shield go out? What the hell? Alright, shield. Okay, I don't know what that does. Maybe it just blocks projectiles? I feel like there should be a little bit more in terms of description for these items. Even though they are pretty straightforward. I think this is the loadout. This is how we beat the game. I forgot about the landmine that was there. I wonder if I can trigger it. I walked right into that, and there's a boss battle coming up next. Shit. I hope my loadout's good enough. Nice. I wasn't even near that one. Oh my god. Let's see what lightning's about. I like the landmine a lot, I will say. The rapid fire, clutch. Rocket, clutch. Laser, clutch. Shield, probably not that clutch, honestly. This is what fireball's about. Lightning kind of sucks. Laser is clutch, but lightning not so much. Did that on purpose. Yeah, not doing lightning. I don't think sun gun's that good. Alright, so we got landmine, right? We got rapid fire, clutch, rocket, duh. Laser, hell yeah. Not a fan of lightning. Fireball is okay, I guess. We can try the piercing bullet. Might as well unlock everything. Achievement unlocked. Piercing shots also kind of has. Laser beam is just amazing. Ayo, 117, let's go. Alright, I think I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm having too much fun playing this game. This was really, really good. Again, Hubs with the soundtrack, fucking crushing it. The sound effects just crisp. The gameplay, the economy. The thing was, like, the gameplay loop is solid. Maybe I feel like it's missing, like, one more enemy type in there. You had the squares, the triangles, and then the pluses. But there was, like, the extra circle at the end. I don't know if there was, like, a boss fight I was expecting. The economy is really good. The laser beam is fucking sick. We'll get to the weapons in a little bit. The only thing is with the economy is that once you unlock everything, there's nothing to spend the money on that I'm aware of. That being said, also, who's tuning in right now? A few people. Okay. Anyways, that being said, this game is definitely one of the most fun ones for this game jam for sure. Somebody mentioned that this was in their top 3. I'm probably going to have to agree with them for sure. The mechanic of the revolving revolver thingy and then the different bullet types you have in there doing different things, that's really neat. And you can definitely strategize with having different builds and stuff with these weapons. The laser was OP and I loved it. The shield, I had different expectations for the shield. For the shield, I thought it was going to also protect me from like explosions and stuff like that. I thought it was going to act like a barrier so I can take 1 point of damage before the shield popping, and then now I'm vulnerable. So I feel like having a bit of a description when you hover over these items, like, yeah, you can say like shield, but maybe if you hover over for a little bit longer, it'll tell you exactly what the shield does. For example, like it prevents the player from taking damage from bullets. However, they can still get damage from explosions. So it's just like, okay, cool, I know that now. So I just think, like, I know it is like a little bit of messing around and finding out, but I think like letting the player know beforehand can go a long way. Also noticed the tutorial. That's huge. There is so many games that are out there that do not tutorialize the player properly, or even include a tutorial, especially if it's a game jam game. And the inclusion of the tutorial is huge, and it does explain the core gameplay loop for me pretty well. The only thing is, like I said, like the inventory not really giving a good description of the weapon that you have. Yeah, like for example, like the bullet, whatever, does X amount of damage. Rapid fire does a little bit less damage, but it shoots a whole bunch of bullets. The spray shot probably does like a little less damage or whatever, but it shoots in 3 different directions. With the economy thing, I guess per run, maybe resetting it per run. Again, I only did 1 run. That was all 1 run. So I don't know if this is true or not. So correct me if I am wrong, for sure. But having the economy set per run, I think would make a lot more sense. So that way, when you unlock everything and you just start making a whole bunch of bank, it's just at that point, it's just a flex point. Having the yeah, sorry, it's 4 a.m. right now. I'm starting to blank. I want to get these next 3 games done as fast as possible. There were certain weapons that I did not care for, which I understand there being like different play styles and like the economy system coming into play. However, I think the weapons need a bit more balancing. There was a few weapons where I just did not care for whatsoever. Like I tried it once, I'm like, all right, cool, I'm not doing this again. But there were some that were more situational. Like the grenade, I didn't like it, but I can see why some people would like it. Similar thing with me with the fireball. The fireball feels like an upgraded grenade because it'll like do damage over time and stuff like that. Um, the weapons need tweaking for sure. However, this is as is a really fucking solid arcade game, and I can see myself like jumping back into this to see how much further I can go, you know? And not just in terms of rounds. That was a little bit interesting. It's like you die, then the round is over when you die. So it's like you want to trigger death every once in a while, just so you can rearrange your loadout. So maybe there should be some sort of incentive for the player to survive for longer. Because it's kind of like golf, not in the sense of like, you know, of the gameplay, obviously. But with golf, it's like the lower the number, the better it is. So it's like the less amount of rounds that there are, the better it is for you as a player. Because then there's less enemies for you to deal with in that regard, you know? Because like if you stay in round one, again, I don't know if you already have everything unlocked, but if you stay in round one, you can kind of just like farm points as much as you can. Maybe get that rapid fire if you want to, but you can definitely break the game technically if you get lucky enough to get enough coins in the first round to then dying on purpose, buying every single weapon you want to unlock, and in the second round you could just stay there forever because you have exactly what you need to survive from that point forward. So like having something to trigger a round switch in the event that the player stays alive for too long. I don't know. I just feel like the dying transitioning to the new level is a interesting take for sure. So I'm not entirely sure how I feel on that, but it is something to consider that, you know, there might be a different way to progress in the game besides just death. I am too tired right now to really say much more other than I really, really, really enjoyed this game. I only did one run, and that run I played for a while, and I can see myself jumping into another run for sure. If you like polish this up a little bit more, you can definitely like throw this on like some sort of arcade thing. Like I don't know, hit up Cool Math Games. They like games. I'm not sure if this would be considered violence, so it probably might not be their cup of tea, but there are platforms out there that will pay like a few $100 to get a game like this on there. So keep that in mind. Not 100% sure what other ones there are. Cool Math Games is like the main one that pops into my head. I think Poki, P-O-K-I is another one. I could be making it up. I am a little bit sleep deprived right now. However, hit me up in the Discord and you can see if there's like any other like browser-based platform besides itch.io that you can have the game on that you can maybe find like a deal or something. I don't know. But this seems like a really fucking solid arcade game. 100%. Just needs some tweaking, some balancing, and some like more juice, polish, whatever. And then this could be something that you can sell. It could even be like a mobile game or something. I don't know. It has so much potential. Anyways, that was Reload by Hobbs. do a quick chat check. What's up, chat? Yeah. I need to really like wake myself up. There's 3 games left. They're trying to do like 20 minutes each. And now I'm going straight to sleep. Next up, we have Space with the Chance of Meatballs by Kayla. Another person who participated in the past. Welcome back. Back to back. This is a wacky tower defense game. You must protect Earth from the meatballs. Alright, check the game page before we're starting up the game. And I love how there's already a YouTube video for it. For some odd reason, resolution is an issue. Please use full screen mode or download the game. We apologize for the inconvenience. Is it me, or is space looking a little cloudy today? Perchance a little cloudy with meatballs? That's right. Join Pablo on his mission to defend the Earth from flying meatballs. Who turned the asteroids into meatballs? Who knows? But Pablo has won the meatball eating challenge for years now, with a whopping 5,000 meatballs eaten. In space with the chance of meatballs, defend the Earth by eating surrounding projectiles, survive waves, and upgrade the Earth's abilities. This game was made for the Interstellar Game Jam 8 in 5 days. Oh, and you're here with a little bit of a team. Okay. Artist is Kayla. Programmer is Josh. Sound design by Synfis and music by Rat Drum. Again, going forward, try to include other teammates as contributors in the event that they want to rate other people's games. Also, they'll create like a little hyperlink so you can click on their name from the jam page. You can add them as contributors at any point, I'm pretty sure, but just keep that in mind. Let's put this on full screen. Oh. Let's move my guy on the right side because we're blocking the screen there. Alright, click anywhere to start. Your final score is calculated based on the time to survive. Waves completed and remaining gold. Left, right, move, space is a shockwave. Give me that. Give me that. Nice. That one's green. I don't know what that means. Oh, hello. Okay, it says 50 gold, 150 gold. I'm not sure what that means. Well, that was close. Oh, I see my goal on the top right. Okay. Give me the meatballs. Oh, the planet gets more meatier as time progresses? That's interesting. You know, you should have called them meteors. I think that would have been clever. Oh, I think that's game. Alright, we'll do one more run. That was close. Oh, the green ones are immune to the... Oh. Oh, the greens are health. game. High scores. I don't know which one was which, but I got pretty far, I think, this last time. Nice. I like the tunes. The tunes are really nice and catchy. The art, again, the art is fucking phenomenal. Kayla always delivers on the art side for sure. Gameplay, pretty straightforward. I like the upgrade system. That helps break up the rounds a bit, which is really nice. I wish I knew how much gold I had during the shopping sections. I might have just missed it. Again, I'm a little sleepy, so I might have just missed it. If it was still in the top right or not. It gets pretty challenging, and I think we had an issue with this with a similar game that we played in the last stream, where asteroids that come from the top and bottom of the screen, because monitors are more like, they're not squares, they're more narrow. Those meteors, I'm gonna call them meteors because I like that a lot. The meteors coming from the top and bottom of the screen should be a little bit slower. You probably did already. Just because it's harder to react to those. Not too bad in this game. There's just a lot of things happening. Not too sure. Again, I only did 2 rounds of gameplay. But consider having the recharge speed for the blast be one of the things you can upgrade. So that way you can take a little less time to recharge. Because, yeah, there are just times where I'm just completely overwhelmed. And my recharge timer is just a couple seconds too shy, and I take a whole lot of damage. Yeah, that being said, I love the art style. Like when the planet's getting more meaty, that's really fucking dope. Love that. What else? The sound effects are really nice. Very crunchy, like that a lot. What else? Like I said, love the sound, love the audio. The artwork's phenomenal. Oh yeah, the recharge of the blast. I think also too, it should just automatically recharge for the next wave. Just that way you can start the wave fresh. Because again, I was just like a few seconds too shy a couple times when I just took a whole boatload of damage because my recharge timer wasn't refreshed yet. I had used it the previous round, and then during this round I needed it in a similar situation, and it wasn't ready just yet for that. So having some upgrades so that way you can get that recharge timer lowered. If it's not already in the game, it might already be in the game. Yeah, not too sure what else I can say. The game is like, it explains itself really well. There's no need for a tutorial. Maybe adding credits to the main menu might be another thing I'll consider. I mean, I'll mention that for every game that anyone makes, having credits in game I think is huge for multiple reasons. One, because it just makes it easier to have like the one-stop shop for all that kind of stuff. Two, in the event someone steals your game, and I don't mean like downloads it illegally or whatever. What I mean is re-uploading your game illegally, or I don't even know if there's a legality to it or whatever. But in the event that somebody takes your game and re-uploads it as their own game, like just by downloading the game and just like taking that file and just re-uploading it on a different website, which has happened to me from a different game jam game that I made in the past. It kind of sucks that people do that, but having credits in the game itself makes it so that in the event that people do that, you still are getting the credit you deserve. Some people, and we've also done this in the past with other Game Jam games, would put like a link somewhere in the game so that we can kind of click it and move on. Like it will load up your itch page or your Steam page or your Discord server or whatever, so you can have those like hyperlinks in the game, so when a player clicks on it, it will then prompt them to go to a thing that leads to your own thing. So in the event that someone steals your game, at that point it's just free advertising for you. So just keep that in mind. In the event that someone, you see your game floating around a different website. Like, I don't even know, like the website that stole my game in the past, never heard of it. It was like some like rip-off website or whatever. Like, they just do that to other people's games, and it was like in a completely different language that I didn't even recognize. So there are poachers out there. Be careful, because this game, the music, the art style, the gameplay, the lore, all that kind of stuff, people would just kind of take it and try to flip it as their own. So it's a little bit scummy, but just wanted to throw that out there so at least you have that lesson, I guess. Not saying that this has happened to anyone in this in any of the game jams I've hosted, but it's really, really hard to ever find those things. Like, I don't even know how the person on my team stumbled upon that website, but they did, and they found our game, which was really, it was kind of scummy. They also changed the description. They made the game sound like an action game when really it was a puzzle game. That's besides the point. Anyways, I had a good time playing this game as well. It'd be cool if there's like an online leaderboard to see like how high people have gotten. Maybe even like a couple different game modes and stuff. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways you can continue working on this if you wanted to go that route. But yeah, that was Space with a Chance of Meatballs by Kayla and friends. Definitely check that out if you haven't already. Alright, penultimate game, Chase the Sun by Sposeidon. I think that's Sposeidon. Let's check the game page, and it's an install game, so we'll check that out as well. We already have it installed and unzipped. This is my first published game, so I really appreciate as much feedback as possible. I made it for the Interstellar Game Jam 8. The theme of the Game Jam was Revolution. Thank you so much for playing. Important. Unfortunately, there's currently a bug that prevents the final cutscene from playing when we beat the final boss. I have fixed the bugs, but I cannot update the game until September 29th, which is tomorrow. Again, this game has some pretty low ratings. Thank you for those that actually went out there to rate the games. For those that are watching the stream, if you're part of the jam, please rate this game. If you can play it, that's even better. If you can't, hopefully the stream gives you enough insight so you can form your own opinion on the game. This one is Chase the Sun. Game Maker game. Let's go. I'm gonna sip some water real quick. Game made by Poseidon. Thank you so much for playing. This is my first published game, so I would love as much feedback as possible through either Discord or itch. This game is made for Interstellar Game Jam 8. My take on the Revolution theme. Hope you enjoy it. Sorry for all the rough edges and feature oversights. Only had 4 days, so I could not game test. Keep this in mind when it comes to the difficulty. Thank you to Shadow the Boss, Interstellar Garden for hosting. You're very, very welcome. thank you for participating and making a game. And thank you for all these external assets being featured. Real quick, I'm not too sure how much this is going to be relevant for the game, but these are really wonky keyboard controls. G to go back is a very interesting key to go back. ESAG, there's a very, very strange key characters to use for this. Normally people have a mouse or up and down on the D-pad or keypad to select different buttons to press. We checked out the credits. Now we check out the settings. GNFT. Again, really wonky controls. I don't know if this is part of the gameplay. I'm curious. And this game also has a tutorial. Hell yeah. Interesting. Custom seeds. Some of these text is going out of the screen. So yeah, definitely keep that in mind. I'm not sure if this is a resolution issue because I still got the black borders on the side of my screen, so I'm not sure if that's the case, but hold direct. I don't know what a direct is unless you meant hold duration or direction. I don't know what direct is, but again, this is why the formatting is very, very important. We'll keep it easy, and then we're going to start game. In a faraway galaxy. Whoa. There is a comet. With one mission. Chase the sun. Oh, that's neat. Chapter 0 of 8. Okay. Click and hold here. I like that transition. Oh, this is why all the keys are all wonky. Okay. So I gotta see what I got on here. So I got I, X, G, and F. So we want to go F to X. Let's see if we can nail that. To G, I missed. Oh, I got it. Okay. Where are we? Z. Also, I think if I click to hold, it creates my own gravitational field. Avoid the black holes. Got it. Booyah. Like I said, really loving these transitions. I got a bad build here. Did I get it? Oh, I just missed. Nope. Nope. There we go. That was a bad spawn. It kept messing me up. I was expecting something more like Race the Sun, because the game was called Chase the Sun. It was like, I was thinking like an opposite kind of approach of Race the Sun. Oh shit. The sun tepalorded. Oh, that's tricky. Nope. Oh, they share the same letters. What the heck? I thought I was gonna fail there. This is no. We got 2 more chapters. I'm guessing that's the sun. The purple thing up there is just a weird color for a sun. Don't want to land here. I just said I don't want to land there. Why did the mouse unclick? Come on. The asteroid was trying to end my run. Why is it not clicking? Dog, what the fuck? Come on, man. Come on, are you kidding me? These random keys on the keyboard is really like it's throwing me off so much. I don't think it really adds much to the game to have all these random keys, to be honest. Cause it's like every time, this is what I'm talking about. It's like every time I enter a new section, I have to figure out what letter is it that is up there, and then I have to figure out where on the keyboard is that letter, and by the time I find it, I die, and it just takes out the fun so much. See, like, there's nothing I could have done right there. Like, what the hell was that? You see what I'm talking about? That was the lucky. Alright, I think I'm done here. 69. I'm done at my 69th attempt. Okay. There are good things about this game and there are bad things about this game. The good thing about this game is the mechanic of slingshotting yourself around like all these different planets and stuff like that. Or I guess they're not planets. The planets are the things that are like bouncing around everywhere. That I don't like really. The bouncing planets, they just get in the way and they really mess up my timing. If they were more like, what's the word, more predictable, like more like on a pattern and stuff like that, then it would be perfectly fine. But them just acting out like that, there's nothing I could do really to allow me to complete that level. Another thing too is the keyboard element of it. While it does, like on paper, seem like a very interesting concept, in practice it just takes out so much of the fun. And like at first I'm like, in the main menu, I'm just like, why are all these letters so random? Like maybe it's part of the game when I get into the gameplay, but right now I didn't feel that intuitive whatsoever, and it felt like I'm just pressing random button on my keyboard and hoping they do something. And then when I get into the gameplay, it turns out I was right, and that they were going to be what's it called, like random keys on my keyboard that related to different games. Like, I don't know, if you just kept it to a finite amount of keys on the keyboard, like 4 or 5 or whatever, like 4 different keys or something, and then as the game progresses, it goes from like one planet or like one gravity field to another gravity field or whatever, then it would be a lot more predictable on how to play the game. Like, I don't have to look at the screen, register what letter is on the thing that I'm aiming for or where I'm going, because it's always a different key every mission. And then from there, having to look at my keyboard to make sure I'm pressing the key correctly. So the thing is, like, unlike a typing game or whatever, your hands are in a fixed position, and then you don't have to look at the keyboard to know where the keys are relative to what you're doing. But with here, I'm going from A to P, and there's an X along the way, and there's an F that I have to bounce to afterwards. And so I'm like going from like all these kind of things, and I'm like playing a game, and I have to look at the keys to make sure that, the thing that I'm doing is perfectly timed and everything, because I have to time things on top of that. So I'm pressing P at the right time and then catching it with a different thing with A, and then making sure that doesn't spin me into a black hole, because that's the seed that was generated. Like, I don't know. On one hand, generating seeds is interesting because then it allows for like technically infinite amount of gameplay. However, in practice, I feel like catering the levels, like designing the levels yourself and curating the levels to make sure that it progressively gets harder on a scale that makes sense, rather than it jumping up in difficulty. Because you saw that one level where I was dying at spawn. That was not fun whatsoever, and it drove my attempt numbers up like crazy, because literally in a split second my character is just rotating straight into a black hole, or a random asteroid just enters my field of gravity and it smacks me in the face. Like, there are a lot of things like that just take away from the fun. Maybe I am a little bit more frustrated at the moment than I should be. Maybe that's because of sleep deprivation. I don't know. However, yeah, this one, while it does have interesting mechanics, I think there's just a lot of things that take away from the gameplay. Like, again, the random keys, the random generation of the levels, and because, like, the thing is, like, in and of itself, random generation of levels isn't a problem. There are procedurally generated levels in a lot of games. I mentioned earlier in the stream, Deep Rock Galactic. That's a game that has random generated seeds, and it makes it a lot of fun because in that game it's done right. With Minecraft, it's another game that I can think of. That game in my mind is like mixed bag, where most of the time it works, perfectly fine. However, you have some random seeds that get generated that is just like a really, really like wild seed that is either crazy interesting or just extremely unfun because things are just in just the wrong places. So that's the problem you run into with random generated seeds. Like, yes, you can program that and it'll save you a lot of time so you can make a bunch of levels without having to actually make a bunch of levels. The flip side of it is because you're not making those levels yourself, then they're not curated for the game that you're making, and that can lead to some frustrations with players. Either frustration with the player that the game is too hard and you constantly are dying, or frustration with the player that the game is too easy and they're bored and they want to move on to something else because this isn't satisfying that itch for them. For me, it was more so the former, where I was just getting frustrated because I just kept dying a lot for random reasons, and it took me out of the game because it wasn't a skill issue at that point. I wasn't losing because of myself. I was losing because of randomness, and that's not fun. Again, the revolution mechanic in this game is amazing. I like it a lot, but there's a lot of things working against it that don't let it shine the way it should. And I'm speaking from a level design perspective. I am a level designer, so I'm speaking from like that area of expertise. Handcrafted levels, for me, it's a lot more personal, and things are done way more intentionally than procedurally generated levels. And by having that human element in making those levels, you are allowed to curate the experience for the players. And if things if the player is getting frustrated because the level is too hard, at that point you can blame the developer and be like, hey, the level's too hard. And the developer can just be like, yeah, I made it intentionally hard. Just get good. This wasn't the case. Like, you can't tell me to get good here because I was just unlucky. So, like, I'm not saying that you're telling me to get good, but I'm just saying in general, by telling me to get good in this type of game, it would frustrate me even further because it had nothing to do with skill. But like in a game like Dark Souls, you tell me to get good, it's like, yeah, you're right. If I want to continue playing this game and progressing in it, I need to improve my skill in the game. But here it was more so luck that was taken out of it. The sounds were nice. The background music kind of kept me in the flow of the game and stuff. It wasn't repetitive, honestly. It was fine. The sound effects were fine. I loved the transition between levels. Like seeing that little comet flying across the screen, that was awesome. I love seeing it every time. And that was a really nice reward for completing levels. The teleporting sun, though, I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Like, I understand the levels are limited by screen size. You can't make a bigger level, so instead you make a level that you have to traverse multiple directions. The problem with that is if you have a bad seed, then it makes it to get one direction is perfectly fine, but then going the other direction is a nightmare. So that's something you have to be careful of. Like, you did really good with this game. Don't get me wrong. You did pretty good with this game, especially for this being your first ever published game. Congrats on that, by the way, and I'm glad that Interstellar Game Jam was the vessel that allowed you to do that. So, seriously, that's huge. But there are certain things that you should take into account that, could help elevate your game, and lean into that. Lean into the things that are in your strengths. And if there's areas that are not in your strengths, then either have a teammate, like join the team and have a teammate that can, handle that for you. Like, like they're it's in their skill set, so you can just be like, hey, you're an artist. You think you can, help boost up the art in my game? And they'll be like, hell yeah, I love art, and they'll do it. Level design is oftentimes, for me, I see people kind of put it off until the last minute, or just not consider it at all. Sometimes they're just like, yeah, we don't need a level designer. Anybody can design a level, and that's true. But at the same time, you need to, like, the thing with a level designer is that their job is to make good levels that reflect the mechanics properly and show off the art and tell the story. And a good level designer just takes all elements of the gameplay and then make every single one of those elements shine. So that's why, like, for me, it's like when there's procedurally generated content, unless the procedural generation is done like really, really well, it's fine. But for game jams and stuff like that, I think it's just better to make the levels handcrafted, because then you can get. It's not about quantity at that point; it's about quality. You get better levels. You make the experience more enjoyable, more memorable, and players, come back to your game like, oh man, I remember this one level. It had the double jump ability. I had it for so many other levels, but with this level, I really like put it to the test. Like, I had to jump off this ledge and then activate the double jump, not to ascend further, but to, clear this gap that's below me that I would only ever be able to do if I had that double jump ability. So there's a lot of things like, with level design, you have to think about your mechanic and ways that people could utilize it to complete levels and traverse levels, because it's not always about completing it, it's about navigating through the space. That you can take the mechanics and flip it on its head, and you can get a lot more mileage out of it and make the experience a lot more enjoyable for people and a lot more memorable by doing so. But yeah, overall, PSA, level design is important. And then the key bindings being randomized, I didn't like that at all. I'm sorry. Somebody might think it's novel. I didn't like it. I'm curious to see what other people said about the game. Taste the Sun. Made it a stage -1. Interesting. Transitions are awesome. Yep, I mentioned that already. The intro and the transition between stages were really well done. The only thing it didn't get was why there was extra gravity nodes floating in space. Just turned them off and kept going with only the mouse. The thing with the mouse is that they end up, like, you only could do that so much. But yeah, with the mouse, I was able to maneuver a lot easier. Like the first one, cool. And then as I shot myself out to different directions, the mouse kind of just made the game a little easier. Teen Jerseys and Nights, Polish gave me some PS2 nostalgia for the game. Some suggestions. The asteroid and planets were randomized, which didn't really make a lot of sense to me. I agree. I had one level in particular where I was constantly dodging them to get towards the sun. But I failed to do so, which is a good thing, as it was just first few attempts. But then I got lucky the next time. I could shoot from the starting point to the sun in a straight line because no asteroids were in the way. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, not like having them randomized means that the player has to get lucky, and being lucky is not fun. It takes away from like the skill element, the player element of like understanding the mechanic and then utilizing the mechanic to get to success. With randomization, it doesn't even matter about the mechanic anymore, which sucks because you worked really hard in the mechanic and you want to show that off. But with the randomized levels and the luck-based kind of gameplay, it takes away from the hard work that you did. And I don't like seeing hard work go, down the wayside like that. Using the mouse to steer felt overpowered. Whenever a tricky situation, I just shoot myself in the middle of space and go in straight trajectories to the sun. Try to balance it by giving a limited time, but with no indication of time left, just felt like the game fucked up or something. Yeah, I thought my mouse fucked up. I think the game would have been fine without the mouse steering, as you, the level designer, would have more control over how the level will be played. Again, the importance of level design. There are a lot of other games on here. I think I talked about in the last game for the last stream. Erhab, I think it was called. Oops, yeah, that one, level design would have elevated that game a lot, for example. The idea of having bad gravity nodes is interesting, but I didn't really come across it when playing the game. When I saw a bad node, I just resorted to going around it with the mouse. Maybe you could have placed them in a more blocking the pathway than the bad one on the side way. All that said, really just some thoughts. I liked the game. It was fun to play and felt finished, not just a prototype. Yeah, like I said, it was pretty well put together. It's just like the level design just held it back. Another Game Maker user, really nice music going on while getting pelted by random planets spawning off screen. Especially annoying when the second suns get introduced, and as soon as I start orbiting the first sun, a planet spawns right on top of me. I feel like less randomness and more strict rules in the obstacles movements would help. Either way, I got to the end of an empty screen on chapter -1-8. Yeah, I didn't get that far. I was stuck on 7 out of 8. Yeah, I would have loved to see the final boss cutscene. But yeah, those having seeds over level design, that has always been a gripe of mine, is the seeds. And not with this game in particular, but just in every game in particular. Having people create a procedural generation program for their games and heavily relying on that for content for the games always like struck a nerve with me, because it's like, well, first, I'm a level designer, so I like getting my hands dirty and creating these spaces. So like when I hear like people relying heavily on procedural generations, I feel a little bit insulted by it. Not saying that you're insulting me at all. I'm just saying in other instances, because people think that they can get away with just procedurally generating stuff and then it being good, rather than creating these handcrafted experiences where it really just fleshes out the mechanics. Procedural generation, it's random, so it can lead to very interesting moments. However, if done incorrectly or just abused, rather, can lead to frustrating moments or just boredom. You know, you kind of enter a space, it's randomly generated, so you just like, all right, cool, we're just in another area that doesn't really have much narrative or soul and stuff like that. Like one game that really bothered me with procedural generations, like really, really, really bothered me and took away so much from what could have been an amazing game, was what was it called? We Happy Few. I think they eventually steered away from procedural generated levels for the sake of the narrative. Because those procedurally generated levels, it just took so much away from the narrative because the levels were just so bad. There was a lot of repeating like structures, and like roads would end into a tree, and like it was just like just things spawning in places where they shouldn't belong, and repetitive areas and long stretches of nothingness, and etc., etc. I'm rambling. It's 5 a.m. now, and I have one game left to play, so I'm going to jump on over there. Thank you again for submitting. Congratulations on getting your first game across. Sorry I was so harsh on it. I'm just so tired. But yeah, that was Chase the Sun by Poseidon. Last but not least, I'll try to get this done as fast as possible. I am beyond tired. I'm sorry the stream strummed on for so long. Fish Revolution. Submitted by Camellia Ochochoch. Ochochoch. And Snooze Mumrickens. Y'all need to make regular usernames, man. It's making me have a stroke reading some of these names. I'm sorry. Can you do something about the giant fish revolution? I don't know. Let's find out. Look at that. This is what I'm talking about, theming for the game page. Look at all those fish. Alright, so loading takes time. You can bind the cursor to the game itself by pressing tab. Forgot to add it, so please press K if your fish has revolutionized, okay? In case you lose track of the giants. Spoilers. One day you wake up to a solar eclipse, but it isn't the moon that's covering the sun. It's a giant spinning fish has appeared in the sky, and every revolution it makes, more and more people start turning into spinning fishes. What will you do now that the world is ending? Survive the revolution, save your friends, uncover ancient mysteries, and restore peace to your planet. Let's get it. It's a first-person game. What the heck? What? Oh, look, I got a shadow. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. Hey, you're the new guy, right? Desert. Hey, did you hear the rustling in the sands? The fish is here again. We better find shelter. There's a cave nearby. Maybe we can hide in there. Sounds like a plan. Let's go. I need some time to prepare. Do it yourself. I'm not gonna heave your Sometimes it seems as if they could hear the whisper of the wind and talk to the mountains, but it was only a feeling. The stone beneath your feet can be soldered destructive, and the right path is almost always hidden in the shadows and sounds that the slabs whisper only to the attentive. What the heck? Okay. Ancient legends said that runes were not just symbols but keys that held the breath of the world. In a world where the sky stretched to the horizon and the forests were as old as the earth itself, giants walked quietly but with palpable heaviness. Oh, you turned into a fish. I'm gonna go in the hole. Nope. Is that the cave? There's a castle or something over there. What the heck? You got box on button puzzles. Nice, that's one. That's two. That's three. Go, 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 go. 3 steps back will save you from a single mistake, but if you take none, you remain a fish forever. Okay. Will save you from a single mistake, but if you take none, you remain a fish forever. So if I become a fish, take 3 steps back. Okay, you got a forest or something over there. There's a city over there. The city's what's calling to me more than anything. I'm sure there's something beyond the forest. Oh, you're a pink fish. Hello. Are you one of the developers? That's neat. QR code? I don't know if I'm gonna scan that. Uh-oh. I think I died. What the hell? How do I light the lantern? Oh, what the fuck? What the hell was that? That's really cool. I actually really like that. I just won't press K. I'm gonna refresh because this guy's not talking anymore. Oh, there is stuff beyond the forest. There's a second floor to Fishy's apartment. Oh no, they return to rotating fish. Oh, they're a fish now. I think I get in the rocket, although I'm not too sure. Everyone I talk to turns into a fish, except for that one person I talked to that was already a fish. That's different. Is that a second QR code? What is this? Remember the forest. I'm gonna try to go over there. There's a whole town over here. And of course, most of them are most of them are revolving fish. Runes always seem to hide themselves in the shadows. They do not reveal themselves immediately and do not tolerate haste. Each line seems to be carved not only into stone or wood, but also into the fabric of reality itself, where the lines form a map of the path. I don't understand the concept of this game. I don't understand what I'm doing here. This is the last game. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, but I can't figure out what's going on. It says light the lantern in front of the house to make the painting go away, but I don't know. There's a giant. Is there another mural somewhere? Oh yeah, my phone died, by the way, so I don't know if you're trying to contact me there. The only puzzle that I know of is like that one over there. Talking to that guy turns into a fish. And these things, I guess. There were symbols on the wall. Do I like draw those symbols and that's how I turn on fire? So a Z shape. Or I guess an hourglass shape. Let's see if that's what turns it on. Is it the other way? I don't know what I'm doing. I think there's just like way too much lore here for me to really understand what's going on. Shoot me, fish. This game has a lot of layers to it. I just don't have the time and or energy to dive into all that. All my homies turned into fish. Yeah, I didn't scan the QR codes. I don't know if that's part of the game or that was just like... Yeah, fish. Yeah, I don't know if those were part of the game, like gameplay itself. The art was very interesting. The fish holding a revolver in the sky, that's also really, really interesting. But I think, I don't know, if you want to improve the game, just make the objective a bit more clear. I have no idea what I was doing. I was just wandering around. There's a lot of empty space in between the desert town, the science facility, and then the fishing village or whatever. Not sure what the QR codes did. Hopefully that wasn't important. Yeah, I don't know what's really to say about this. This game was just really weird. The sound was interesting. Just maybe those trigger zones need to be tweaked a little bit, but I did like the variety of music in the game. I just didn't know what to do. I didn't know, like, I talked to people and I did one objective, I guess, but there was only like 3 people to talk to. I don't know if I would have gone to the fishing village first, I would have had more people to talk to. But I feel like it would have been interesting to see more people in the world and then slowly have them turn into fish. I don't know. I really don't know what to say about this game. This was just a very, very interesting, weird game to play overall. Yeah, that's one way to end the stream. But yeah, like I said, I'm extremely sleep deprived. I shouldn't have had the stream go on for so long, to be honest. But it is what it is. Hopefully, I was able to give everybody enough feedback on their games. Not too sure what much I can say with Fish Revolution, although I guess like the narrative, it needs a bit more clarity, so that way I know what I'm doing with the objectives. But other than that, I'm not too sure what else to say. The mechanics were just like, it's like a kind of like a walking and talking simulator. But the first objective I had, I didn't really do anything. I guess I solved a button puzzle, but when I got in there, I didn't know what to do. There's something about a lantern, but I was pressing a bunch of buttons and never figured out how to turn it on. So that being a bit more clear as well is very important. This is also too why it's very, very important to have the controls of the game listed somewhere, either on the game page itself or in the game preferably. The only button I had here was K. Like, that's the only button I had. And even with the hint, I had no idea what I was doing. But yeah, that was Fish Revolution by Camelia Ochochoch and Snooze Mamrikin. And that's all the games for the Game Jam. I played every single one of them, and I keep telling myself that I'm not going to be doing longer live streams, but here I am making longer live streams yet again. I am sleepy, as I'm sure you are as well. If you haven't gone and rated all these games, please go and rate the games. It looks like the ratings counter went up a little bit, so that's good to see. But it needs to keep going higher. I will do my part first thing in the morning, but I think it's time we kind of transition to sleepy time. Oh man, that was a very, 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 very lengthy stream. I did not mean for it to go so long. How long has it been going on for? A long time. It's been going on for almost 6 hours. I'm so sorry. I'm apologizing to myself more so than anything. Anyways, thank you all for joining me for the video. Thank you all for joining me for the Game Jam. Thanks for joining the community and being a part of everything. And for those who have joined the Patreon, thank you so much for supporting me on there. It really means a lot. It means I could buy more Taco Bell, and Taco Bell is phenomenal. If you haven't tried Taco Bell, I highly suggest the double beef burrito. It is the best bang for buck in terms of like calorie per dollar. Anyways, I hope you have a good night. I'll catch you all on the server. If you're in there, if you're not, join it, please. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Like the video. I guess it's a stream, or I guess it's a VOD. I don't know. Just give it a like. And yeah, I will catch you all on Discord or in the next stream or in the next video. I have plans for stuff. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, I'm going to go get some sleep. I hope you all do as well. Have a good night, everybody. Goodbye.